Chapter 5:15. Inside the entrapment array, powerful secret techniques were constantly being unleashed, causing the surrounding world energy to become chaotic and the light curtain to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Lu Yi had used 8 array bases and several array flags to arrange this entrapment array, because it hadn't been laid out for a long time and was only powered by spirit stones, its strength wasn't very high. The strength of a formation was related to the amount of spiritual energy stored in the formation, as well as the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the area where the formation was set up. The more spiritual energy stored in the formation, the more concentrated the heaven and earth spiritual energy would be, and the stronger the formation would be. Therefore, such an entrapment array was at its weakest when it was first arranged because it didn't have enough world energy to store. Even with spirit stones, it wouldn't last long. But as time passed, the world energy stored in the spirit array would increase, and its power would grow until it reached a certain peak. The biggest advantage of the spirit array that trapped Wei Kei was its small coverage area, only a few dozen meters in diameter, which in turn increased the strength of the spirit array. However, it still couldn't stop a mere Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivator. In less than 20 breaths of time, the light curtain of the entrapment array completely dimmed and shattered. Wei Kei shot up into the sky and chased after the direction Lu Yi and the others had fled. This was a rare opportunity, so how could he let Lu Yi escape? This time, he had been lucky enough to encounter Lu Yi, but would he be so lucky next time? Facing a few 3rd or 4th Order cultivators, even if he let them escape 20 breaths ahead of him, Wei Kei was confident he could catch up. Looking from afar, a few streams of light entered Wei Kei's eyes. They were escaping quickly. Wei Kei activated the spiritual energy in his body and turned into a rainbow light, chasing after them. Lu Yi, who was running ahead, sensed something and turned his head to look back, only to see Wei Kei transform into a streak of light and know he had escaped. Just as he had expected, the entrapment array he arranged could only trap a 9th Order cultivator for 20 breaths of time at most. That was enough. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't care about anything else and used all their strength to cross the 10-kilometer distance. Diving down, they rushed straight to the bottom of the cave and began pushing their spirit chi to activate the transmission array. The complex patterns of the array under their feet lit up, and the void spirit patterns in the center of the array bloomed with light. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan watched curiously. Although they often used the Tianji pillar to teleport, this was the first time they used a teleportation array. They were curious about the difference between the two. Only the experienced Hooper raised its 2 front paws and hugged Lu Ye's neck, its amber eyes showing a hint of throbbing. The instant the teleportation array activated, Lu Yi unsheathed his saber, and a crescent-shaped saber light slashed out, blasting the location of the explosion array. Flames lit up, and a loud sound rang out. The cave shook and rocks fell down. When everything returned to normal, the place was already in a mess. 10 breaths later, Wei Kei rushed into the cave in a hurry. Looking around, there was no trace of Lu Yi and the others. A large number of collapsed stones were scattered around here, not to mention a human figure. Not even a ghost shadow could be seen. Where is he? Wei Kei's face was filled with suspicion. When he was in the air just now, he clearly saw Lu Yi and the others escape into this place. Then there was a loud sound, and the people who escaped and disappeared. He didn't believe it and searched all the way to the bottom of the cave. There was no way out, but he still couldn't find any clues. 3 living people had mysteriously disappeared, just like that. Wei Kei quickly walked out of the cave, looked around for a moment, and then chased in a certain direction. He wondered if he had seen wrongly. Otherwise, there was no way 3 living people could disappear into thin air. Those 3 people must be somewhere not far away. He had to find them no matter what. At the same time, 200 miles away, in a cave more than 100 feet underground, the hidden teleportation array lit up, the space distorted, and 3 figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Their faces were very serious and faintly pale. They hadn't been injured in the battle with Wei Kei before. The reason for this was that during the teleportation, the feeling of stepping on air and falling into a bottomless abyss was too real. The key was that during the teleportation, the two didn't dare to use their spirit energy carelessly. This caused them to feel very insecure. Moreover, the time of the teleportation seemed to be extremely vague. One thing was certain: the teleportation must have been completed in an instant, but in their perception, it seemed like a long time had passed. No wonder Hoopa hugged Lu Ye's neck before the teleportation. This was because he had been teleported many times and had the experience to deal with it. Before the two could recover, in the darkness, 3 light blue lights shone from the back of the 3 people's hands, illuminating the entire underground with a faint blue light. At this moment, the 3 figures on the teleportation array were on high alert. A reaction from the battlefield mark meant that there was someone here, and it was a cultivator from the Myriad Demon Ridge. Under their powerful perception, they indeed sensed an aura not far away. About 100 feet away from Lu Yi and the others, He Bing was sitting cross-legged, silently recovering. 2 hours ago, he found this place and confirmed that there was no one here, so he adjusted his breathing and recuperated. In the hunting ground, he had no companions. As a 7th Order cultivator, his situation was actually a bit awkward because his cultivation wasn't enough for him to compete for the hunting list. Even if he was on the list, his ranking wouldn't be too high, and the rewards wouldn't be too good. Since he couldn't make it to the hunting list, he wouldn't force it. So, recently his goal had always been the heaven-bestowed spirit lot and various scattered opportunities. If he was lucky, he could even kill some cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance. In short, his harvest was quite good. He had also encountered some masters that he couldn't defeat, but with his cultivation reaching the 7th Order, even if he couldn't defeat 8th or 9th Order cultivators, it wouldn't be easy for others to kill him. In other words, he had the ability to protect himself, so he dared to act alone. However, just now a light lit up in the dark cave, and a spirit array suddenly appeared. Then an incomprehensible scene appeared. 3 figures appeared on the spirit array. He Bing stared with wide eyes. For a moment, he couldn't understand how these 3 people appeared here out of thin air. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, these 3 people should have used the transmission array, which was the one that lit up the spirit array before. A Cloud River realm cultivator can set up a transmission array. He Bing couldn't help but become interested and slowly stood up. On the transmission array, Lu Yi secretly cursed when he saw He Bing alone. It was obviously not a good thing to meet a guy who was traveling alone at this time. Although he couldn't figure out the depth of the other party's cultivation, there was a high probability that it was above the 7th Order. He happened to run into a Myriad Demon Ridge cultivator when he was escaping through the transmission array. He didn't expect to run into him again this time. This was understandable. If he could find this kind of hidden cave, others could naturally find it too. Looking at the other party's posture, it was obvious that he was resting here. Lu Yi didn't know how long he had been here. Last time they were lucky. The other party wasn't too strong, so he and Yi worked together to kill him. However, the situation this time was unknown. Lu Yi didn't dare to gamble. If the other party was an 8th or 9th Order cultivator, the 3 of them wouldn't be his opponent. So, the moment He Bing stood up, Lu Yi activated the transmission array again and prepared to escape. Every teleportation formation that he set up was connected to at least 2 other teleportation formations. The teleportation formation that came here had been destroyed, but there was at least 1 other teleportation formation that was connected to the one under his feet. As long as it was successfully activated, he would be able to go to another place. However, in the next moment, his heart sank. He couldn't perceive the existence of any other transmission points. This was truly a case of when it rains, it pours, and when the boat is late, it encounters a headwind. They were blocked here by an enemy who was suspected to be above the Seventh Order, and the transmission array couldn't be used. Without a transmission point, it undoubtedly meant that the other transmission arrays connected to the one under his feet had been destroyed. Now they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lu Yi couldn't figure out why his luck was suddenly so bad. It had been quite good before. The situation was unprecedentedly bad. If they fought in this place, not to mention whether they could win, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to collapse the underground cave and bury everyone inside. Lu Yi raised his hand and touched Amber. Li Ba Xian flashed out and stood in front of Lu Yi, saying, "Fellow Taoist, this place is too narrow and inconvenient for conflict. What does fellow Taoist think?" Under his mask, Li Ba Xian's expression was one of helplessness. He had just escaped the tiger's mouth, only to fall into the wolf's den. Although he didn't know about the transmission array, he knew that such a place really wasn't a good place to fight. Moreover, his judgment was the same as Lu Ye's. Since the other party dared to come here alone, his strength couldn't be weak. If they really fought, the three of them might not be his opponent. First, they had to stabilize the other party and escape from here. Hearing Li Ba Xian's words, he Bing raised his hand, grabbed a long spear and stabbed it into the ground. Pushing his spirit chi, he grinned. "Do you think the few of you can threaten me?" As his spirit chi surged, he Bing's seventh order cultivation was revealed. This made Lu Ye's trio breathe a sigh of relief, but also feel helpless. They breathed a sigh of relief because the other party was only a seventh order, not an eighth or ninth order. So the situation wasn't so desperate. If the other party was really an eighth or ninth order cultivator, the three of them would have to consider whether or not to perish together with him. They were also helpless because the other party was a seventh order cultivator. Before, when the three of them joined forces, they did manage to kill a sixth order cultivator. But facing a seventh order cultivator, no matter who it was, they didn't have the confidence to do so. Most importantly, Wei Kei was definitely looking for them at this moment. A distance of 200 kilometers was nothing to a Cloud River Ninth Order cultivator. So if they fought here, even if the cave didn't collapse, there was still a risk of Wei Kei or other enemies discovering them. "You overestimate yourselves." Lu Ye's trio didn't speak, but He Bing became even more rampant, coldly snorting. "Sneaking around like this, it's obvious you're up to no good. Take off your masks." Chapter 516. In the Cloud River battlefield, there were actually many people who wore masks. These things weren't expensive and came in many different styles. In places where it was inconvenient to show one's true face, wearing a mask could hide one's identity to a certain extent. He Bing didn't know what was wrong with him, but he obviously didn't like masks. Now that he was so strong, he wanted to use his power to suppress others. "I'll count to 3 and take off your masks." He Bing's voice was as cold as ice. If it weren't for the geographical inconvenience, he would have already killed the moment he confirmed the other party's camp. The three of them were traveling together, so it was obvious that their cultivations weren't too high. He Bing had killed a few cultivators like this over the past few days, but none of them were good enough to fight. 1, 2. A light sigh came out as Li Ba Xian raised his hand and touched his mask. Back in the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was a character who could call the wind and summon the rain. Who wouldn't be afraid of Li Ba Xian from Pillheart Sect? But since entering the Cloud River battlefield, he once again experienced the helplessness of a weak person. Just as Li Ba Xian was about to take off his mask, Lu Yi suddenly appeared behind him and raised a saber. A crescent-shaped saber light slashed forward. "How dare you! Search!" He Bing shouted angrily as he raised the spear in his hand. With a light flick, the crescent-shaped saber light was shattered. He Bing was furious. In this situation, he didn't take the initiative to make a move, but these sneaky people actually made a move. They really didn't take him seriously. The person who attacked was already rushing towards him. The spirit energy fluctuations on his body showed that he was a weak third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. He Bing grinned. A third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. He Bing didn't know if he had eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. Such a guy could be killed with a single strike. At that moment, a weak spirit energy fluctuation suddenly appeared behind him. There was someone behind him. He Bing was shocked. However, all his attention was attracted by Lu Yi. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. It was as if something was covering his head. His vision blurred, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in a stone forest. He Bing's expression was one of bewilderment. Clearly, he did not understand what had happened to him and why he had come to such a place from the underground cavern. In the cave, Yi appeared where He Bing had been standing. She opened the 9-front formation in her hand, and the picture showed a stone forest. There was also a small figure in the picture, holding a long spear and looking around vigilantly. From the silhouette of the figure, it looked very similar to He Bing. Being blocked here by a 7th-order master, their transmission array was unable to connect to any other transmission points, leaving them with no choice but to fight. Lu Yi knew this clearly in his heart, as did Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. The other party hadn't taken action immediately because they didn't know their specific cultivations. If they knew that the 3 of them were all 3rd or 4th-order cultivators, they would have immediately attacked without wasting so much time talking nonsense. Since this was an unavoidable battle, they naturally had to make early preparations. When Li Baxian stepped in front of Lu Yi, he raised his hand and touched Amber. Although he didn't say anything, he and Yi had known each other for a long time. Yi had escaped at that time. She quietly lurked behind He Bing. What happened next was simple. Lu Yi took action to divert He Bing's attention while Yi launched an attack and summoned the 9-front formation to absorb him into it. The 9-spirit array diagram was a spirit artifact, grade treasure, a grade higher than artifacts. As Yi's cultivation increased, the power she could display also increased. Under the premise that the other party was not on guard, it was still possible for her to contain a 7th-order cultivator. They absolutely could not fight in this underground cavern. Firstly, it was to prevent the cavern from collapsing. If that happened, they would all be wiped out. Secondly, they were afraid that the sounds of fighting would spread out and attract Wei Kei or other myriad Devil Ridge experts. There was no need to worry about fighting in the 9-front formation, provided that Yi could hold on. After He Bing was absorbed into the 9-front formation, Lu Yi rushed forward. Although Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan didn't understand what was going on, they reacted extremely quickly and immediately followed Lu Ye's pace. Yi shook the 9-front formation to meet the 3. Whoosh! 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 The 3 of them entered the diagram, and 3 more figures appeared on the diagram. In the stone forest, Lu Ye's trio appeared one after another and surrounded He Bing in a triangular formation. At this moment, He Bing also reacted and called out in surprise, "An array diagram?" At his level of cultivation, he still had some experience and insight. His previous encounter and the current environment all showed that he had been absorbed into an array diagram. There weren't 3 enemies, but 4. There was also one who had been hiding in the dark and should be the one controlling the array diagram at this moment. He Bing's heart was filled with awe and excitement. This array diagram was a good thing. He didn't know where these 3 people came from. Their cultivations weren't high, but they actually had such a rare treasure on them. If he could kill them, this treasure would be his. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and rushed in Lu Ye's direction. The reason why he chose Lu Yi was naturally because Lu Yi had exposed his cultivation before. A 3rd-order cultivator, a full 4-order lower than him, Yang Kai was confident he could kill him with a single strike. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, crossing a distance of several dozen meters in just 2 steps, arriving in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye and thrusting his spear. This simple spear strike gave Lu Yi a great sense of danger. His skin tightened and stung. He unsheathed his Pan Shan saber and channeled his spiritual energy into the long saber. He lifted it up and slashed at his opponent's long spear. The moment the saber and spear collided, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly because the opponent's spear was so powerful that his saber strike felt like it had hit a boulder. The spear that was originally aimed at his chest was only lifted an inch. This was the pressure brought about by a seventh-order cultivator, and it was obvious his opponent wasn't using his full strength. In the spirit stream realm, the fourth order and seventh order were two watersheds. Once crossed, one's strength would increase greatly. Wasn't it the same for the Cloud River realm? Therefore, in this hunting ground, only cultivators above the seventh order had the capital to travel alone. Of course, nothing was absolute. Every cultivator had different personalities, and there were some bold sixth order cultivators who didn't want to travel with others, such as the Dharma cultivator Lu Yi, and he had killed before a small spirit inscription appeared in front of Lu Yi, and at the same time he leaned back with all his strength. The spear pierced through, and the spirit inscription shattered, causing Lu Yi to feel a burning pain in his neck. Before he could get up, the opponent's spear struck him like a long stick. With a bang, Lu Yi was smashed to the ground, feeling numb from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He Bing's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, he hadn't expected a third-order origin realm cultivator to be able to resist his spear, but that was it. Lu Yi was slammed to the ground by He Bing, his spirit chi surging and unable to move for a while. He was about to withdraw his spear and stab again when the sound of swords rang out and a fierce, murderous intent attacked from behind. A sword cultivator, He Bing immediately judged. Even if he was sure that the cultivation of these 3 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators was lower than his, he didn't dare to ignore the murderous intent of a sword cultivator. He hurriedly turned around, and a large number of flying swords entered his vision. He immediately shook his spear, and a flower bloomed. A series of clinking sounds rang out, accompanied by flashes of sparks, and the flying swords were all blocked. Among the flying swords, there was also a large number of spells. At this moment, the flying swords and spells were perfectly integrated together. It was truly a scene of you sing and I sing, and it was very lively. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had cultivated together since childhood and were true childhood sweethearts. For Li Baxian, Feng Yuechan was even willing to stay in the spirit stream realm for more than 10 years. The bond between the two of them was much deeper than that between Lu Yi and Yi. Their cooperation was naturally flawless, as if they were made by heaven. He Bing's expression became dignified because something was not right. The sword cultivator and the spirit cultivator were a fourth order realm higher than the weapon cultivator. But these 3, no matter who they were, all had deep foundations that far exceeded their cultivations. These 3 people were definitely the most elite disciples from the top sects. In addition to being vigilant, there was also a trace of excitement. His background wasn't very good, coming from a 4th grade sect. Although he had broken through to the Cloud River realm with 360 apertures, he was still far from being a true genius. He hadn't even been able to enter the Spirit Stream list. If everyone here was at the Spirit Stream realm, no matter who these 3 were, he would need to look up to and worship them. But right now, he could fight 1 against 3 just because of the difference in cultivation. So what if his background was good? So what if his talent was good? In the face of an absolute gap in cultivation, he would still die. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this sword cultivator and spirit cultivator were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. While Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were entangled with He Bing, Lu Yi hurriedly got up and opened up some distance between himself and He Bing, raising his hand and wiping it across his neck. He was secretly horrified. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his neck would have been blown apart by the enemy's spear. Fighting a 7th order with a 3rd order cultivation was too risky. Any mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Go! He Bing suddenly shouted, and several streams of Imperial artifact appeared out of thin air. Breaking through the obstruction of the flying swords and spirit techniques, to attack Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. How could Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan dare to face the imperial artifact of a seventh-order weapon cultivator head-on? The umbrella-like artifact was summoned and opened up in front of the two. A series of popping sounds rang out as the surface of the umbrella flashed wildly, forcing Feng Yuchan to take a step back. After blocking all the imperial artifacts with great difficulty, He Bing broke through the blockade of flying swords and arrived in front of them. Li Baxian flicked the long sword in his hand, and the numerous flying swords around him transformed into a sword dragon to meet He Bing. When the two figures collided, the sword dragon collapsed, and Li Baxian's body was sent flying like a ragged sack. Chapter 517. He Bing was not going to let him go. He chased after him, and the spear in his hand stabbed toward Li Baxian like a dragon, determined to kill him. Feng Yuechan's spiritual power surged, and a large amount of fog suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. He Bing was caught off guard and crashed into the cold air. The cold air condensed into ice, and ice crystals spread, threatening to freeze He Bing's entire body. If they were at the same cultivation level, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape from this technique. However, He Bing's cultivation level was a full 3 levels higher than Feng Yuechan's. When he sensed that something was wrong, his body trembled, and under the surge of spiritual power, the ice crystals covering his body shattered. He turned his head to look at Feng Yuechan, who was not far away. With a slight thought, several imperial equipment blasted out, hitting the spirit umbrella artifact. The huge impact sent Feng Yuechan flying, and she fell to the ground in a sorry state. "You like to save people, huh?" He Bing gritted his teeth and rushed toward Feng Yuechan. At this moment, Li Baxian rushed over with sword light. At the same time, Lu Yi also attacked from behind, He Bing with a long saber in his hand. A fiery red saber light flashed, and he slashed down with Li Baxian, attacking from the front and back. However, even though the two of them cooperated seamlessly, the huge gap between their cultivation levels was difficult to close. After only 3 breaths of time, the two of them were sent flying, and blood spurted out of their bodies. Feng Yuechan's spell attacked again, hindering He Bing. In the underground cave, Yi held the 9 front formation with both hands, desperately pouring spiritual power into it. She watched as the figures in the formation moved around and fought fiercely, and she was secretly anxious. She was now at Cloud River Tier A, much stronger than before. Logically speaking, she could slightly activate the 9 front formation's power and provide some help to Lu Yi and the others. However, at this moment she was powerless to do so. This was because the 4 people fighting inside the 9 front formation were all cultivators of the Cloud River Tier. The intense battle caused the formation to fluctuate. She had to use all her strength to maintain the operation of the 9 front formation. If she could not maintain the operation of the 9 front formation, then He Bing would have a chance to escape. Thus, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only maintain the 9 front formation's operation like this. In the stone forest, Lu Yi and Li Baxian attacked He Bing again and again, but each time they were sent flying. Each time they cut a sorry figure. Compared to them, Feng Yuechan's situation was undoubtedly much better, but she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. She almost didn't stop releasing the spells in her hands, because if she paused in the slightest, either Lu Yi or Li Baxian might die. Ever since they started cultivating, whether it was Lu Yi, Li Baxian, or Feng Yuechan, they had never experienced such a dangerous battle. It was like walking on a tightrope above a bottomless cliff. The slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation. He Bing's disdainful expression slowly disappeared. The development of the battle was beyond his expectations. After determining the cultivation of the 3 opponents, he thought that it would be a one-sided slaughter, but the performance of the 3 opponents surprised him greatly. From the looks of the situation, even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be his match. Although he was alone, he still had the upper hand with his powerful cultivation. However, in reality, it was difficult for him to kill any one of the three. Every time he wanted to kill one of them, the other two would desperately try to stop him, especially the sword cultivator. His flying sword shuttled back and forth, exuding an astonishing, murderous aura. Several times, Yang Kai wanted to seriously injure the sword cultivator and kill him, but in the end he was still unwilling and could only continue to fight like this while slowly looking for an opportunity. In the middle of a hunting ground, if one was seriously injured, then the only thing left to do was to recuperate. The injuries of the weapon cultivator and sword cultivator were getting worse and worse, so the situation was undoubtedly in his favor. Sooner or later, one of these two would fall, and the remaining two would be nothing to fear. If someone had told him before today that a few third or fourth order cultivators could fight him in such a heated battle, he would definitely have scoffed at them. But at this moment he was experiencing such a thing. Unimaginable. These three people were definitely not unknown, especially the sword cultivator and the Dharma cultivator. The more they fought, the more Yang Kai felt a strange sense of familiarity. After another round of fierce confrontation, Li Baxi and Lu Yi were repelled one after another. While in midair, Li Baxian's childlike mask was shattered and a dark red spot appeared on his forehead. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, it wouldn't have been as simple as a dark red spot appearing on his forehead. His head would have been pierced by the sword cultivator's spear. Fortunately, Lu Ye's saber had struck his opponent's spear at the critical moment, creating an opportunity for Yang Kai to escape. The shattered mask fell, revealing Li Baxian's determined face. Although he couldn't see any hope of winning this battle, in this situation, he could only fight to the death. He Bing swept out his spear and shattered Feng Yuchan's attack. Looking at Li Baxian's face, he was slightly startled before revealing a look of surprise. "You're Li Baxian!" No wonder this sword cultivator gave him a familiar feeling. It turned out to be this guy. Both of them had advanced from the Spirit Stream realm and had participated in the Spirit Stream battlefield. So how could he Bing not know of Li Baxian's great name? He was a monster who had dominated the top 10 of the Spirit Stream rankings with his Heaven 8 cultivation. He was a powerhouse that he Bing had once looked up to. He had heard that Li Baxian was unable to advance to the Heaven 9 because his spiritual cavities had shattered, but he didn't know when he had actually come to the Cloud River battlefield. No wonder he had such a powerful background. Since he was Li Baxian, everything made sense. "You're Feng Yuchan." He Bing looked to the side. After confirming Li Baxian's identity, it wasn't difficult to guess Feng Yuchan's identity. The two of them had always been inseparable, and their identities as Dharma cultivators corresponded. He then looked at Lu Yi. "And who are you?" It was understandable that Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan had such a powerful background. After all, the accumulation of over 10 years in the Spirit Stream realm was no joke. Who was this guy with the green face and fangs? This person's cultivation was one level lower than Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan's, but the strength he displayed was not inferior to theirs. Where did this monster come from? Facing He Bing's question, Lu Yi had no intention of answering. Taking advantage of the fact that He Bing hadn't made a move, he hurriedly recovered. His body was covered in blood. Although the wounds weren't serious, they were numerous. Even his right hand that held the blade had split open, and blood had dyed the blade's hilt red. Forget it. He Bing didn't get a response, but he didn't care. He grinned and said, "I didn't expect that the famous Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan would actually die in my hands. It's true that the Wheel of Fortune turns 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." He spoke with a tone that said he was certain of the three of them. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Li Baxian. His spear was like a dragon as it stabbed towards Li Baxian's face. Among the three of them, Li Baxian, a sword cultivator, posed the greatest threat to him, so he naturally had to kill him first. At the same time, Lu Yi also pounced towards him, while Feng Yuchan raised her hand and blasted out a technique. The flying sword swept out, but they couldn't stop the spear in the slightest. The flying swords were sent flying by the ferocious, surging spirit chi as the spear arrived in front of Li Baxian in an instant. Facing this attack, Li Baxian didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He held his sword vertically in front of him and took the initiative to meet it head-on. Sword chi swept out and spear light flashed like thunder. The two figures brushed past each other. Li Baxian directly half-knelt a few dozen meters away, his hand touching his abdomen, red blood flowing through the gaps between his fingers. A bloody wound also appeared on He Bing's cheek. The pain caused him to fly into a rage. He had actually been injured by a fourth-order cultivator. Feng Yuchan's technique arrived, but He Bing swept out with his spear and shattered it. He immediately turned around and charged towards Li Baxian again, his murderous intent sharp. As soon as he took a step forward, Lu Yi stabbed out horizontally, the coiling mountain saber slashing down with a flash of saber light. "Scram!" He Bing shouted angrily and raised his spear to meet the attack, but as soon as they collided, he noticed that something was wrong. This third-order weapon cultivator's attack was faster and more powerful than before. Asterisk ding ding, dang dang asterisk. After a few crisp sounds, Lu Yi was sent flying and landed beside Li Baxian, his saber-wielding right arm trembling uncontrollably. He Bing's expression was one of shock and doubt. When he fought with Lu Yi before, he could basically beat him back with a single blow, but just now, the other party had actually blocked several of his spear strikes. The other party's strength seemed to have suddenly improved greatly, which was obviously not normal. Looking up, he saw that Lu Ye's spirit energy and blood were surging violently. The fiery red spirit energy and the dark red blood energy were mixing together, and his aura was flourishing. Not only that, Hupa, who had been crouching on his shoulder, was also mixing with Lu Ye's blood energy, causing Lu Ye's entire body to be wrapped in a dark red halo. What kind of secret technique is this? What He Bing couldn't see was that on Lu Ye's chest, the blood-stained spirit inscription was still playing a role. Lu Yi rarely used this blood-stained spirit inscription because so far, the enemies he had encountered had rarely been able to force him into a bitter fight. Either his opponent couldn't withstand a single blow, or he himself couldn't withstand a single blow. Blood-stained spirit inscriptions, which required time to accumulate and slowly display their effects, were naturally difficult to use. But this time was different. Facing a seventh-order cultivator, if they weren't his opponent, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now that the three of them were working together, they were barely able to keep their lives, so the blood-stained spirit inscription could play a role. Almost at the very beginning of the battle, Lu Yi had constructed this spirit inscription on his chest. As his body continued to be injured and his blood flowed, the accumulation of blood-stained spirit inscription finally caused a qualitative change in his strength. Although he was still a third-order cultivator, the strength he could display was no less than a fourth-order cultivator, and it was still improving. Perhaps he had a chance to reach the fifth order. If that was the case, Lu Yi would be qualified to fight with his opponent, rather than being in the current situation where he was barely able to keep his life. Although He Bing felt that there was something wrong with Lu Yi, now was obviously not the time to consider such things. At this point in the battle, neither of them would back down. Only one of them would die. Next to Lu Yi, Li Baxian stood up. His flesh wriggled as he urged his spirit energy to seal his wounds. The scattered flying swords flew back. He pointed his sword and shouted, "Attack!" Two figures rushed out at the same time, attacking He Bing from the left and right. Feng Yuchan also attacked at the same time, not aiming to injure or kill the enemy, but instead to distract the enemy and reduce the pressure on Li Baxian and Lu Yi. First, set a small target, such as 1 second. Remember, book house. Chapter 518. The battle broke out again, but this time He Bing's expression was not as calm as before because he truly felt the improvement in Lu Ye's strength. Just as Lu Yi had thought, if the three of them could only barely keep their lives when fighting against the other party, now they had the capital to fight against the other party, even if this capital might not last for long. Shui Ran's improvement in Lu Ye's strength did not come out of thin air. It would overdraft his own strength. For example, right now, Lu Yi was displaying the strength of a fourth-order master with a third-order cultivation. The faster and stronger his attacks were, the greater the burden on his body. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yi could fight an enemy for an hour, but in this state he could only fight for half an hour or even less. Once the time limit was over, he would be exhausted. But in the current situation, if he didn't even have the capital to fight, what was the point of considering anything else? He Bing could feel the improvement in Lu Ye's strength, so could Li Baxian. Although he didn't know what kind of method Lu Yi had used, it was undoubtedly beneficial to his side, so he immediately changed his previous strategy. Before, he had been the main attacker with Lu Yi assisting, but now he allowed Lu Yi to attack while he assisted with all his strength. With Feng Yuchan restraining He Bing's energy, the battle became very intense. The scene where Lu Yi was repelled in a confrontation no longer appeared, and under Lu Ye's lead, he was now able to exchange a few blows with He Bing. And as time passed, his strength grew stronger and stronger. He Bing felt very uncomfortable. Any one of these three had a much lower cultivation than him. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could end the battle within 10 breaths, and if there were only 2 of them, he would have killed them long ago. However, there were 3 opponents, 2 of whom were responsible for entangling him, while the last was using a secret technique, making it difficult for him to break through. At first, these 3 were not his opponents at all, but with their cooperation, he wasn't able to kill any of them. Now, these 3 had the capital to barely fight him. This was especially true for the third-order artifact cultivator. For some reason, the more intense the battle, the stronger his strength became. Now that they had the capital to fight him, if they continued like this, wouldn't they truly be able to compete with him? He Bing was extremely vexed. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone all out and killed one of them first. It was better than being entangled like this. But now he no longer had the chance to do so. Previously, they could only survive under his attacks. He could still exchange injuries for lives, but if he dared to do so now, he would probably have to exchange his life for theirs. No matter what, he could not make this choice. No matter what kind of secret technique the weapon cultivator had used, to be able to exert such strength with just a third-order cultivation, he must have paid a price. All Yang Kai could do now was wait until the weapon cultivator could no longer hold on. Then he would naturally obtain the final victory. Thinking so, He Bing's spear danced as he switched from attacking to defending. It was a great shame for a dignified 7th order like him to be forced to make such a choice, but there was nothing he could do about it. As long as he could win, the process didn't matter. After all, these 2 were the famous Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan, 2 of spirit streams, 3 great tumors. He Bing, a 7th order cultivator, had made up his mind to only defend and not attack. Lu Yi and Li Baxian were completely helpless against him. All their attacks were blocked by He Bing, unable to harm him at all. Inside the stone forest, the light of spirit techniques constantly flashed as sword chi and saber chi crisscrossed. He Bing, who was firmly defending himself, waved his spear from time to time to block the incoming spirit techniques and saber chi attacks. Standing there, he was like an immovable block of ice, making it impossible for anyone to attack him. The blood-stained spirit tattoo was still playing a role, and Lu Ye's strength had increased again, vaguely reaching the level of a 5th order. This could be seen from the change in He Bing's demeanor as he blocked his attacks. When He Bing was blocking his attacks just now, his expression was slightly relaxed, but now his expression was obviously much more serious, and he was using his full strength with each blow. Lu Ye's 5th order cultivation was obviously not much worse than an average 7th order cultivator. If he really had reached the 5th order at this time, even if it was a one-on-one battle, he could be evenly matched with He Bing, and perhaps even have a chance to win. However, this kind of increase in strength was brought about by the blood-stained spirit tattoo, so there was still a gap between it and a true 5th order. Moreover, Lu Yi could feel that he had reached his limit. It was impossible for the blood-stained spirit tattoo to have no limit. After all, it was just a spirit tattoo, but being able to raise his strength by 2 minor realms was enough to prove how powerful it was. Of course, this had to do with how long the battle had been going on. It had been more than a stick of incense worth of time since they entered the spirit array, giving the blood-stained spirit tattoo enough time to continue playing its role. At this moment, Lu Yi and the other 2 were truly qualified to compete with Yibing, but this was far from enough. Yibing rejoiced that he had switched from attacking to defending, saving him a lot of effort. Otherwise, he would be in an awkward situation right now. The increase in Lu Ye's strength did not bring him any panic, but rather amazement. He had never known of any method that could allow a cultivator's strength to increase so much. However, a large increase in strength also meant a large price to pay. Yibing could feel that the other party's strength had reached a limit and showed no signs of increasing any further. So, as long as he continued to persevere, perhaps in the next moment, the armament cultivator would collapse. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as Lu Yi and Li Baxian's figures crisscrossed back and forth, but they were unable to shake Yibing at all. Li Baxian knew the situation was not good. Although their situation seemed good, it was actually quite dangerous. Against Yibing, 70% of the pressure was on Lu Yi, and once Lu Yi couldn't hold on, it would be a landslide defeat. If they could end the battle quickly, they wouldn't have to worry too much. But Yibing, a 7th Order, was defending himself so tightly that it was obvious he was determined to stall for time. If they couldn't defeat their opponent before Lu Ye's strength was exhausted, then today would be their burial ground. He still had one more secret sword, but it was his final trump card. Once he used it, he would be exhausted, so he couldn't use it until he had the right opportunity. During the fierce battle, Li Baxian turned his head to look at Lu Yi and saw him raise his brow. Lu Ye's expression remained the same, not showing any signs of impatience or panic. Every move he made was filled with his full strength. This calmness infected Li Baxian. And if my little junior brother is capable of this, what's there to worry about? I've cultivated for so many years more than my little junior brother. How could my mentality be worse than his? If worst comes to worst, I'll die here. What harm is there in that? With this thought in mind, Lu Yi no longer had any distracting thoughts. At the same time, he didn't know if he was hallucinating or not, but his little junior brother's aura was somehow mixed with some kind of bestial aura, and his attacks were obviously wilder than before. At this time, Lu Yi had already fallen into a strange state. This feeling was indescribable, because this was the first time he had experienced it. As the battle continued, as time passed, the vitality of Lu Yi and Hu Pa, who was crouching on his shoulder, continued to merge, forming a strange resonance. This resonance was not only the fusion of their vitality, but also the collision and fusion of their spirit chi and monster chi. This resonance slowly gave him the illusion that Hu Pa was a part of his body, and this illusion was becoming more and more real. He immediately understood what was happening. He didn't expect to have a breakthrough at this time, but it was understandable. After all, after fighting for so long, he had accumulated enough accumulation. Moreover, he was facing an opponent who was just right for him to show off. It was unlike last time, when the opponent he met in the realm of myriad beasts was far stronger than him, giving him no room to show off. Lu Ye's eyes lit up, because he saw the hope of victory. His attacks became wilder and wilder. It had to be said that the beast seal technique he obtained in the realm of myriad beasts was a great help in this battle. Ever since he obtained this beast seal technique and formed a life essence technique with Hu Pa, even if Hu Pa didn't do anything during the battle, just crouching on his shoulder would provide him with great help. Just like this time, if it wasn't for Hu Pa, Lu Yi estimated that he would be a lamp that had run out of oil. However, it was because of Hu Pa that he was able to last longer. This was because every time he swung his blade, he could borrow strength from Hu Pa and reduce the burden he had to bear. As the battle progressed, his vitality continued to merge with Hu Pa, allowing the beast seal technique to slowly break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Yu reading looking at it this way, the blood-soaked spirit tattoos and the beast seal technique were a perfect match. The resonance between him and Hoopa became deeper and deeper, until a certain moment, this resonance reached a kind of limit. At this moment, Lu Yi clearly felt that there was an additional layer of inseparable connection between him and Hoopa. Hoopa had truly become a part of his body. Under his clothes, the tiger head beast seal on his chest exploded with light, and a mysterious suction force was emitted from it. Under the suction force, Hoopa suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered the beast seal technique. Abundant power erupted from the beast seal technique and quickly flowed to Lu Ye's limbs and bones, replenishing his body's consumption. After such a long battle, and with the support of the blood-soaked spirit tattoos, Lu Yi was already exhausted. However, after this abundant power erupted, all his exhaustion was swept away, and he was filled with vitality in an instant. Many of the injuries disappeared, and his trembling right hand calmed down. The dark red light that wrapped around Lu Ye's body turned orange. It was a mixture of blood and gold. The blood was the light of Lu Ye's vitality and spiritual power, and the gold was the light of Hoopa's demonic power. The light was so thick and solid that it formed a pair of tiger ears on either side of Lu Ye's forehead. Behind him, a tiger tail formed of spirit power and chi and blood power swayed back and forth. It was very lifelike. The strongest secret technique of the beast tamer school in the realm of beasts, beast transformation. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Chapter 519. The beast taming school was a very interesting school of thought. However, the beast taming school of the 9 states had always deviated from the norm, focusing on beasts. Cultivators were passionate about taming monster beasts and cultivating them. Most of the battles were fought with monster beasts, so most of the beast taming school's cultivators weren't very strong. This led to a phenomenon where the beast taming school cultivators of the 9 states had more than one monster beast under their command. Some had several, and some even had 10 or 20 monster beasts. In the early stages of cultivation, absolute numbers could often lead to easy victories, causing cultivators to get lost and walk further and further down the wrong path. However, too much energy was put into cultivating monster beasts, causing cultivators to neglect their own cultivation. Therefore, in the entire 9 states, the beast taming school cultivators didn't have any particularly powerful masters. In this regard, they were even inferior to Yenshur. Although Yenshur was also obsessed with external objects. At the very least, all of the external objects they created were for their own use. On the other hand, the beast taming school of the realm of beasts was completely different from that of the 9 states. In the realm of beasts, the beast taming school cultivators could only control one monster beast, and that was the life source monster beast that could form a beast seal with them. If the beast taming school of the 9 states was based on beasts, then the beast taming school was based on humans. This was the correct direction of development for the beast taming school. Beast transformation was the strongest method of beast taming. In the realm of beast-sealed world, in the black tortoise sex underground insect nest, Fierce Neo, who Lu Yi and the others encountered, appeared in beast form in front of everyone. Coupled with the fact that he was the core of the insect nest, his body was full of vitality. With his strength alone, he almost wiped out Lu Yi and the others. In the end, if it weren't for the Great Elder's reminder to break his beast seal and remove his beast form, they wouldn't have been able to fight. Even though they were all in the 9th Order realm, Zhou Hai, Pang Dehai, and Xia Qianqian weren't weak at all, especially Zhou Hai, who was a sword cultivator known for his killing prowess. Even so, they were still beaten to a pulp by Fierce Bull. This was the terrifying increase brought about by the beast transformation. Lu Yi had formed a beast seal with Hoopa in the realm of beast-sealed world, so he knew the mysteries of beast transformation, but he had never been able to enter the state. This was because this state could not be casually activated. It required a long time to accumulate power. The battle with He Bing had created a perfect opportunity for him. His survival instincts, his determination to kill his enemy, his cooperation with Hupa, the fusion of their blood, energy, spirit energy, and demonic energy, and the fact that they had been fighting for a long period of time were all reasons for him to enter his beast form. Unlike Niomeng's beast transformation gave him the characteristics of a monster beast. It was a deeper level of beast transformation. Lu Ye's beast transformation was inferior to Niomeng's beast transformation, so he didn't show any of the characteristics of a monster beast. He only had an orange glow covering his body, forming tiger ears and a tiger tail. This sudden turn of events not only stunned He Bing, but also Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan. It had only been 20 days since the start of the Myriad Beast Realm. Although Lu Yi had sold the Beast Mark method to the Tianji Business Alliance, none of the beast tamers had been able to transform into a beast before. None of them had seen it before, so they didn't know what was going on. However, He Bing instinctively sensed something was wrong. After beast transformation, Lu Ye's already powerful aura reached a new peak. Moreover, he gave off an extremely wild feeling. He stood there, his blood and energy churning, his spirit energy boiling, like an ancient monster beast that had just broken out of its cage. Inside the cave, Yi had been maintaining the 9 front formations operation. The moment Lu Yi entered his beast form, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the 9 front formation. The figures within the formation showed signs of breaking out. This gave Yi a fright. This was a sign that the space within the 9 front formation was under too much pressure. It wasn't that the 9 front formation wasn't good enough, but that she wasn't strong enough to unleash its full power. Yi hastily increased the output of her spirit energy, smoothing out the ripples and stabilizing the 9 front formation's operation. In the stone forest, Lu Yi, surrounded by spirit energy, had a strange feeling. Everything had changed. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down. He clearly saw the bewilderment and panic in He Bing's eyes. He saw the blood flowing from Li Baxian's forehead. He saw Feng Yuechan's spell slowly taking shape. It wasn't that they had slowed down, but that he had sped up. Strictly speaking, it was his thoughts that had sped up, which was why there was such a reflection. He Bing suddenly thrust his spear, sending Li Baxian flying. His spear was like a dragon as it pierced towards Lu Yi. He had a bad feeling about this. Lu Ye's strength had increased abnormally. He thought that as long as he could stabilize the situation, he would be able to win. However, with this sudden turn of events, Lu Ye's strength seemed to have increased again. He didn't dare to stay put and immediately changed his strategy, taking the initiative to attack. He didn't take Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan seriously. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. Lu Yi was the only one who made him feel apprehensive. It's coming, hurry up and kill him. Just as He Bing thrust his spear, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Lu Ye's mind. This voice sounded like the voice of a 2- or 3-year-old child. Lu Yi had just raised his mountain saber to block this spear when he was startled by this voice, causing him to lose 30% of his accumulated strength. With a clang, sparks flew as Lu Ye's figure was sent flying. He Bing didn't show any mercy, his long spear trembling as it shot towards Lu Yi. Originally, when he saw Lu Ye's posture, he had thought that his strength had greatly increased, but after exchanging blows, he discovered that his opponent wasn't much better than this. He had made a mountain out of a molehill. Ding ding dang dang. Lu Yi was forced back again and again, his mountain saber slashing out to block He Bing's attacks. He appeared to be in a sorry state. As he attacked, the voice in the depths of his mind continued to resound. Left, coming from the right, this saber is really ugly. Cut him, don't cut his spear. What's so good about a spear? I'm so angry. Stab him, stab his stomach, stab his chest. Do you even know how to fight? Good chance, bite his neck, quick, quick. that childish voice chattered endlessly. Every time Lu Yi attacked, it would say something. Lu Yi didn't understand what was going on at first, but when the voice asked him to bite his neck, he immediately understood. Hoopa! It really was this guy. Lu Yi didn't expect that after transforming, he could clearly hear Hoopo's voice. Or rather, this wasn't Hoopo's voice, but a kind of mental activity. Back then, when Hoopa transformed, he had chosen to change the size of his body. Although he couldn't transform into a human form and couldn't speak human language, he was extremely intelligent and could understand human speech. Now that Lu Yi had transformed, he could clearly sense the various activities of his soul. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been with Hoopo for so long, but he never knew that it had such a personality. Shut up. Oh. Hoopo replied and didn't say anything else. At this time, a sinister smile appeared on Hebing's face. He originally thought that the other party had used some incredible secret technique to increase his strength. But after exchanging blows, he realized that was all there was to it. Under the pressure of the storm-like spear, the weapon cultivator could only parry and had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the magic cultivator and sword cultivator restraining his energy, Hebing was even confident that he could take the weapon cultivator's life within 10 spears. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly raised a saber, and a fierce burst of spiritual power directly blocked Hebing's spear. Feeling the power from the spear, Hebing's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, Lu Yi had already pounced. In his vision, Hebing felt that it wasn't a person pouncing on him, but a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The violent attacks were endless, and Hebing's expression changed from bewilderment to shock. In that instant, the weapon cultivator seemed to have changed into a different person, displaying even more strength than before. Saber and spear collided and blood splashed, some from Lu Yi and some from Hebing. In the previous battle, except for the scar left on Hebing's face by Li Baxian, Hebing hadn't been injured until now. Lu Ye's blood-soaked spirit tattoo gave him a faint fifth-order strength, which wasn't much worse than Hebing's. After transforming into a beast, Lu Ye's strength naturally surpassed Hebing's. Yu reading book in addition. In his beast form, Lu Ye's temperament was affected by Hoopo's bestial nature, so his saber attacks were unprecedentedly wild and violent, completely putting Hebing at a loss as to what to do. Seeing the situation change, Feng Yuchan and Li Baxian's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly used their secret techniques and flying swords to support Lu Yi. This time, Hebing's situation became even more awkward. Before, it was him who was pressuring Lu Yi step by step, but now the situation was completely reversed as he was forced back by Lu Ye's trio. Realizing the situation wasn't looking good, Hebing hurriedly said, "Do we have to fight to the death? How about we just stop here?" Lu Yi hadn't expected that at the end of this battle, he would be the one to ask for peace. Originally, he thought he was about to eat a piece of fat meat, but now, these 3 pieces of fat meat actually threatened his life. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate Lu Yi and the others. Hearing Hebing's words, Lu Yi didn't say a word. Since they had already fought to this point, it was only natural that they had to fight to the death. Without mentioning anything else, he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain his beast form for long. He was relying on his beast form and his blood-soaked spirit tattoo to fight against Hebing. But if he really called a truce, once the blood-soaked spirit tattoo was removed, he would regain his third-order strength. At that time, if Hebing went back on his word, how could he blame him? Moreover, he didn't want to expose the secret of the transmission array, and Hebing had recognized Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan letting him live would only increase the risk to his side. So, no matter what, Hebing had to die. Chapter 5:20. In the stone forest, saber light flashed constantly. In his beast form, Lu Ye's every slash had reached a new peak in both speed and power. Hebing parried with his spear, but the web between his thumb and forefinger began to crack. His spirit energy was surging, and his situation was getting worse. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan supported Lu Yi from the side, restraining He Bing's energy. Finally, Lu Yi found a good opportunity to stab his saber straight at He Bing's chest. Panic flashed in He Bing's eyes. At this moment, his body leaned back, and his chest was wide open. Although he wanted to block the incoming saber, it was too late. With Lu Ye's current strength, his spirit body protection couldn't block this saber at all. In other words, if he was really stabbed, it would definitely be a penetrating result. It was very likely that he would lose his life under the saber. At this critical moment, He Bing suddenly pushed his spirit energy, and a bright, triangular barrier appeared in front of him. The mountain coiling saber was blocked by the barrier and couldn't move an inch. He Bing's face was full of fear. At that moment, he really felt the aura of death. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the flowing lines on the barrier that suddenly appeared. He recognized them at a glance. They were spirit runes. The enemy in front of me is a battle inscription master. No, if he really is a battle inscription master, there's no reason why he didn't activate his spirit runes in the battle just now. Since he isn't a battle inscription master, he must have spirit runes on his body. Not every cultivator had the ability to inscribe spirit patterns. After all, there were not many inscription masters who could inscribe spirit patterns on cultivators. Moreover, the materials needed to inscribe spirit patterns were also extremely expensive. Generally speaking, with the foundation of a cloud, river, tier, cultivator's body, they would only be able to bear one spirit pattern. Any more, and they would not be able to bear it. He Bing had spirit runes on his chest. At this moment, he pushed his spirit energy to stimulate the power of the spirit runes, which turned into a barrier and blocked Lu Ye's fatal blow. This could be said to be He Bing's trump card. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. It had always been Lu Yi who activated his spirit runes to block others' attacks. This time his attack was blocked by someone else's spirit runes, and he missed a good opportunity to kill his enemy. Lu Ye's expression remained unchanged as he sheathed his saber and slashed again. However, the defensive spirit rune was activated by a 7th order cultivator, and his spirit chi was constantly being poured into it, making it extremely sturdy. If he wanted to break through these runes, he would need to have a sufficiently violent attack. He retreated and raised his long saber horizontally. Fierce chi and blood converged on his right arm, and his muscles bulged slightly. But before Lu Yi could attack, Li Baxian had already made his move. The flying sword scattered in the surroundings suddenly gathered into the sword in his hand. Li Baxian held his sword in front of him with a solemn expression. In an instant, a sharp killing intent swept out in all directions. Li Baxian seemed to have turned into an unsheathed sword. Ever since Lu Yi had transformed into a beast, he had been watching from the side. He did not seek to injure or kill the enemy. His main goal was to tie down the enemy's energy. At this moment, seeing that He Bing had activated the defensive spirit rune, he no longer held back. Li Baxian's entire body was integrated into the sword light. Like a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of He Bing and pointed his sword at the defensive rune. It was a silent collision, but it was accompanied by a burst of strength. With a loud crash, the impregnable defensive spirit rune shattered with a loud bang. This was the terrifying power of a sword cultivator. With a cultivation weaker than He Bing's 3rd order, Li Baxian had broken through his strongest defense. Under this sword strike, Li Baxian's face turned as pale as paper. He Bing swept out his spear and sent him flying. At this moment, taking advantage of the opportunity created by Li Baxian, Lu Ye's long saber slashed down. A flash! He Bing's eyes were filled with panic as he pushed his spirit energy again, wanting to activate the defensive rune again, but he was still a step too slow. As his long saber fell, the phantom of a fierce tiger flashed behind Lu Yi, and a tiger's roar seemed to ring out. The fierce battlefield suddenly fell silent. Lu Yi maintained the posture of his long saber and did not move for a long time. On the mountain coiling saber, red blood gathered and dripped down. Asterisk drip, asterisk, a faint sound broke the silence. Feng Yuchan pursed her red lips as she stared at Bing, preparing to cast a spirit art. Just 10 meters in front of Lu Yi, Bing froze in place, the long spear in his hand still in the posture of thrusting out, but the defensive spirit rune on his chest flashed and dissipated silently. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Lu Yi in front of him. His face twitched, and then he fell on his back. The moment he landed, his head separated from his body, his eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Who? Only now did Feng Yuchan breathe a long sigh of relief, withdraw her spirit energy, and rush over to Li Baxin to check his condition. Lu Yi also sat down on the ground, sprawled out on all fours, looking up at the void above his head. His vision blurred, and he appeared in the underground cave again. Yi had noticed that the battle was over and had let them out. Lu Yi, are you okay? Yi stepped forward and looked at Lu Yi, who looked like he was drenched in blood, her voice filled with tears. I'm fine. Where's fourth senior brother? Li Baxian's extremely weak voice came from the side. Exhausted. His injuries were a bit better than Lu Ye's, but the last secret sword had exhausted all his strength. Hearing Li Baxian's voice, Lu Yi felt relieved. Relaxing his mind, a bloody light sprang out from his chest, revealing Hu Po's figure. However, Hu Po was clearly a bit weak at the moment, and it seemed that the beast form had also consumed a lot of his energy. The moment Lu Yi deactivated his beast form, he felt an endless sense of weariness engulfing him. It was as if all of his essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked out of him. This was not just the aftereffects of the beast form, but also the effects of the bloodstains. With the two added together, he simply could not bear it. He only had time to say one sentence, "I'm going to sleep." His consciousness fell directly into darkness. Yi was startled and hurriedly checked, and after confirming that Lu Ye's life was not in danger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Baxian also fell asleep immediately after, and even Hoopa curled up beside Lu Yi, leaving Feng Yuchan and Yi to look after him. After feeding Lu Yi a healing pill and carefully bandaging his wounds, Yi said, "Senior Sister Feng, I'll go out and stand guard. Please take care of things here." Feng Yuchan nodded. Okay. Having just experienced a great battle, Lu Yi and Li Baxian were both unconscious, so if someone were to come in at this time, the situation would not be good. Yi could escape through the ground, and when she was with Lu Yi, she was also responsible for keeping watch, so it was best for her to monitor the situation. The moment Lu Yi killed Bing, on the bounty list hanging high in the sky, the number of hunting points behind his name suddenly increased by 250 points, reaching 3,990 points in one fell swoop, only 10 points short of 4,000. This sudden change naturally attracted the attention of many people. Recently, the hunting points behind Lu Ye's name had often increased by hundreds or even hundreds of points, and when he killed a 6th Order Master, it had increased by 180 points, which naturally aroused many people's suspicions. What was certain was that the cultivation of Lu Yi, who was ranked first, was not too high, because only when he killed an enemy above his realm would his hunting points increase so much. Now that his hunting points had increased by 250 points, it really made people curious as to what kind of master he had killed. One had to know that a 9th Order Cloud River realm only represented a base number of 60 points, so 250 points was 4 times that. 500 kilometers away from the underground cave where Lu Yi and the others were. Wei Kei frowned as he stared at the bounty list with a gloomy expression. He knew that Lu Yi was only a 3rd Order cultivator, so an increase of 250 hunting points undoubtedly meant that he had killed a 7th Order Master. A 3rd Order Master killing a 7th Order Master was simply unimaginable, and no one would believe it, even if he had Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan as helpers. But the facts were right in front of him. What made him feel gloomy was not the increase in Lu Ye's hunting points. He had no intention of competing for a spot on the bounty list. So no matter how many Lu Ye's hunting points increased, it had nothing to do with him. His biggest goal was always Lu Yi. The reason why he felt gloomy was because he was sure that he had been chasing in the wrong direction. Several third order masters killing a seventh order master. The battle must have been fierce, so it was impossible to hide, but Wei Kei had not found any trace of Lu Yi and the others. Those guys! Where did they run off to? What method did they use to escape? Wei Kei was completely confused. As time passed, the rankings on the bounty list continued to change, especially between the 2nd and 10th places. The gap between them was very small, so it was possible that a random battle could cause a person's ranking to rise several places. Reading a book. What made them even happier, though, was that Lu Ye's hunting points had stopped moving. Previously, although Lu Ye's hunting points would not change for a long time, on the whole, they would increase almost every day, each time by a few hundred points. But in the past few days, Lu Ye's hunting points had completely stopped at 3,990. Originally, Lu Yi was far in the lead, leaving everyone behind him in despair, because with a gap of over 1,000 hunting points, it was very difficult to catch up. But now they saw an opportunity again, so they worked even harder to search for traces of the enemy. After 3 days, Tan Sheng, who was ranked 2nd, finally overtook Lu Yi and occupied the 1st place on the bounty list. If it weren't for Lu Ye's name still hanging on the bounty list, Tan Sheng would have almost suspected that this person was dead. But now that there had been no movement for 3 days, he must have been seriously injured and was most likely recuperating. It had to be said that Tan Sheng's guess was correct. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yi had indeed been recuperating, and his injuries were not too serious. For him, recuperating for a day or two wouldn't have much impact on his body. The key was the double sequelae of transforming into a beast and staining his spirit tattoo, which made his body feel weak. The last time he had felt this weak was after he had activated his Fire Phoenix spirit tattoo at the Spirit Stream battlefield. But at that time, Huasiai had been by his side and had taken good care of him, allowing him to quickly recover. Chapter 521. After 3 days of recuperation, Lu Yi had finally recovered, and Li Baxian had also almost fully recovered. Almost 10 days had passed since the hunting ground opened, and no one knew when it would close. Generally speaking, the hunting ground would remain open for half a month to a month each time, and no one knew how long it would last because no one knew when the hunting ground would suddenly close. When the hunting ground closed, the hunting list would be settled, and all kinds of rewards would be given out by the Heaven's Secrets. According to the observation of Yi, who was standing guard outside, Lu Ye's ranking on the hunting list had fallen to 4th place. This was normal, although he had left the people behind him far behind. He had not made any progress for 3 full days. Those masters were not to be trifled with, so they would naturally catch up and overtake him. If it was before, he would have overtaken them, but Lu Yi, Li Baxian, and Feng Yuchan had been working hard for so long, so it would be a pity if they were overtaken at this time. Now that his body had recovered, it was natural for him to reclaim 1st place on the hunting list. But before that, he still needed to make some preparations. Without mentioning anything else, he still needed to arrange some transmission arrays. Right now, the transmission array in his hiding place was not connected to any other transmission points, so once he was blocked here, he would end up in the same situation as before. In this regard, Lu Yi was helpless. The locations he chose to set up teleportation arrays were usually very remote. They were either inside caves or underground caverns. However, if he could find these places, there was a chance that others could find them as well. Once someone activated the explosion arrays he left behind, all of his arrangements would be destroyed. He could only arrange as many as possible so that even if one of the transmission arrays was destroyed, there would be other backup options. After making the necessary preparations, Lu Yi quietly walked out of the underground cavern. It should be daytime at this moment, but under the blood-red sky, the entire hunting ground presented a gloomy and treacherous atmosphere. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were still underground, not following him. Lu Yi was going to arrange a transmission array, so it was naturally more convenient for him to do it alone. Without mentioning anything else, he had methods to conceal himself, so as long as he was careful enough, even 8th or 9th Order Masters would not be able to detect him. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan did not have such ability. After traveling for 200 li, Zhang Xian followed his memory and arrived at a cave. This was originally the location where he had set up the teleportation array. However, at this moment, there were a lot of rocks piled up in the cave. There were also traces of the explosion of spiritual energy. There was even some dried blood on the ground. It was obvious that the explosion array had been activated. Someone was injured here, so the person who broke in and activated the spirit array shouldn't have a high cultivation. If it was really an 8th or 9th order cultivator, they shouldn't have been injured. After inspecting the cave, Lu Yi found that it was quite sturdy. He began to clean up the rubble at the bottom of the cave before rearranging the array formation. Although this place had already been discovered by others, they had not gained anything and had even been tricked by the formation left behind by Lu Yi, so it was unlikely that they would return to investigate. Less than an hour later, everything was set up. Lu Yi stood on the teleportation array and tested it. After confirming that this teleportation array was not only connected to Li Baxian's location, but also to another location, he called it a day. Initially, he had set up 12 spirit arrays, but after so many days, he did not know how many spirit arrays were left. Because many of the spirit arrays were gradually connected, Lu Yi could only check the situation in 2 or 3 other locations at most through a certain spirit array. After setting up a new spirit array, Lu Yi walked out of the cave again, concealed himself, and walked 200 kilometers in another direction. Together with Yi, he found a suitable location and arranged another spirit array. This time, the spirit array he set up was connected to Li Baxian's location and the one he had just set up. This way, no matter which spirit array they were on, they would have 2 escape routes. Even if one of them was destroyed, they would not be left with no way out. After suffering such a loss before, Lu Yi was naturally more careful. He did not want to fight against a master above the 7th Order again. Although they had won the battle with He Bing in the end, that battle had been too difficult. Even if they managed to kill He Bing, they had wasted a full 3 days, so the gains did not make up for the losses. For Lu Yi, killing 4th or 5th Order enemies was the most cost-effective. Killing them was easy and gave him a lot of hunting points. After arranging 2 spirit arrays in a row, Lu Yi contacted Li Baxian to confirm the situation. A moment later, Lu Yi stood on the spirit array and activated it, his figure quickly disappearing. Returning to the previous underground cave, Lu Yi met up with Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan, and the 3 of them headed out. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Lu Yi began to arrange a spirit array as usual, concealing Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan's aura. Then he found a suitable place to arrange a trapping array, so as to avoid encountering an invincible expert. After everything was ready, Lu Yi concealed himself and quietly lay dormant. While waiting, Lu Yi looked up at the hunter's list. His ranking had fallen again and was now in 7th place. The reward for 7th place was only 3 golden spirit lots, a huge gap from 1st place. Now, the one who occupied 1st place was still that guy named Tansheng. Lu Yi did not know what kind of dog shit luck he had, but his hunting points were now nearly 300 higher than the 2nd place. One had to know that the gap between these people was not very big before. A gap of 300 hunting points was generally difficult to catch up. If Lu Yi had not rested for 3 days, the gap of 1,000 hunting points higher than the 2nd place would have been enough to make the people behind him completely despair. 3 hours later, a group of cultivators passed by nearby. Judging from their cautious expressions, their cultivation was not very high. Although they were flying on their flying artifacts, they were less than 10 meters above the ground. This way, If they encountered any danger, they could quickly land on the ground and find a way to hide. As usual, Li Baxian launched a sneak attack to determine the other party's camp and cultivation, followed by Feng Yuchan's bombardment and Lu Ye's ambush. The battle ended in less than 30 breaths of time. Quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Yi collected the array flags and array bases and retreated. Although the battle went smoothly, it was still necessary to maintain sufficient vigilance. In the hunting ground, no one knew when they would provoke a master at the 8th or 9th order, so the three of them adhered to their previous principle of never fighting in the same place twice. Returning to the underground cave, Lu Yi was responsible for activating the seal on the storage bag. The three of them divided the spoils equally. Then, under Lu Ye's command, the three of them were teleported to another transmission array. After a little rest, they continued to hunt. Just like before, Lu Yi maintained a few hundred hunting points every day. By the 13th day of the hunting grounds opening, his hunting points had reached 5,440 hunting points. His ranking rose by 1 place to 6th place. However, at this rate, it was impossible for Lu Yi to claim first place on the hunting list, because the gap between him and Tan Sheng was not small. Tan Sheng was a 9th order cultivator, so he could act unscrupulously in the hunting ground. As long as he didn't encounter a 9th order Grand Heaven Alliance master, he could be said to be invincible, unlike Lu Ye's group, who had to act stealthily for fear of being discovered by other masters. But this could not be helped. After all, their cultivation was still too low, which was an absolute shortcoming. In fact, the reward for 6th place was not bad. Although it was only 1 place higher than 7th place, the reward was 5 golden spirit sticks. At the bottom of the cave where they were hiding, on the transmission array, Lu Yi activated the seal on the storage bag and divided the storage bags into 3, 1 for each of them. The distribution of the spoils had always been like this. As for what good things could be found in each storage bag, it all depended on luck. Most of them did not have anything good. Some people had spirit sticks in their storage bags, but the quality was not high. These spirit sticks should have been obtained from the hunting ground and had not been used yet. So Lu Ye's group had benefited. Opening one storage bag after another, Lu Yi sorted out the useful things. Not long after, Lu Yi took out a palm-sized token from the last storage pouch. Engraved on this token was a bell-shaped pattern, and on both sides of the pattern were a few strokes, indicating that the bell was blooming, making anyone who saw it want to laugh. Lu Yi had never seen this kind of token before and did not know what it was used for. He thought it was an identity token from the sect behind the dead man, but just as he was about to throw it away, Li Baxian suddenly looked up. "Junior brother, let me take a look at this token." Lu Yi heard this and handed the token to Li Baxian. Li Baxian took it and looked it over, even pinching it with his hand, then handed it back to Feng Yuechan with uncertainty. "Take a look." Feng Yuechan carefully looked at it, then seemed to think of something, and her expression became surprised. "Is it that thing?" Li Baxian asked. "It seems to be. I saw some records in a book before. The pattern and size are all the same. So this thing can also appear in the hunting ground. It seems it was a scattered opportunity. It should be. I wonder who was so lucky. Even if they were lucky, they would be dead already." The conversation between the two aroused Lu Ye's curiosity. After they finished talking, Lu Yi asked, "Senior brother, what is this token?" Listening to Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's tone, this thing didn't seem to be an identity token, but something he had never heard of before. "This is good stuff." Li Baxian returned the token to Lu Yi. "It should be a golden body token." "Golden body token?" "Yes. Junior brother has heard of the golden body talisman, right?" The golden body token's function is similar to the golden body talisman. It can protect a person completely, but the power of the golden body talisman is related to the quality of the talisman. But this golden body token is a gift from the heavens. In other words, if you use this golden body token, you will have a layer of protection from the heavens. It is unbreakable and extremely sturdy, and the duration is also incomparable to the Golden Body Talisman. It can last for at least several hours. Chapter 5:22. The protection bestowed by Heaven's secret can last for several hours. Lu Yi was speechless. At least. As for how long it can last, I don't know. I've only heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Feng Yuechan also spoke. This is a gift from Heaven's secret. I've only heard that someone obtained the Golden Body token in the sealed world, but I didn't know it would appear in the hunting ground. However, since it's a gift from Heaven's secret, there are all kinds of opportunities scattered in the hunting ground, so it's possible for it to appear. Someone must have obtained this Golden Body token, but didn't have time to use it, so it ended up benefiting us. Hearing what she said, Lu Yi remembered a detail. When they ambushed the group of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators just now, one of them did want to take something out of his storage bag. But unfortunately, before he could do so, he was killed by Lu Yi, who was lurking beside him. Now, it seemed that that person wanted to take out the Golden Body token from his storage bag. Otherwise, why would he reach into his storage bag in such a life or death situation? Little junior brother, this thing is rare. Keep it carefully, it can save your life at a critical moment, Li Bashian exhorted. A Golden Body token was an immortal barrier. After all, it was a protection bestowed by Heaven, so it couldn't be broken through by ordinary means. After a few days of bumpy experiences, encountering a 9th Order Master and fighting a 7th Order Master, Li Bashian thought that something had happened to his little junior brother's luck. But now, it seemed that his little junior brother's luck was still there. He even obtained a rare thing like the Golden Body token. How do I use this thing? Lu Yi asked. Li Bashian said, just pour your spirit energy into it. That's simple. Lu Yi nodded and carefully put away the Golden Body token. This kind of life-saving thing was indeed more precious than any treasure. Although many treasures were good, he only had one life in the end. After a little rest, he continued to move. 2 days later, Lu Yi hid his figure and lurked in the dark. Since obtaining the Golden Body Command token, Lu Ye's luck had been very good. His harvest in the past 2 days had been quite good. Now, Lu Ye's ranking on the hunting list had risen to 3rd place, only 500 hunting points away from Tansheng. At this rate, he should be able to overtake Tansheng in a few days. Of course, it had already been half a month since the hunting ground opened, and it was still unknown if they could return to the first place before the hunting ground closed. They had waited there for about 6 hours. During this time, a group of cultivators passed by. However, after Li Bashian launched a sneak attack and confirmed that they were from the Grand Heaven Alliance, they could only give up. Just as he was bored to death, a fierce spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from several kilometers away. Lu Yi looked up in the direction of the spiritual energy fluctuation and saw a dazzling beam of light. This was the commotion caused by the explosion of the special golden spiritual lot. Lu Yi had once been bestowed such a golden spiritual stick by Heaven's secret, and it had exploded in his hands no less than 4 times, so he was naturally familiar with this kind of activity. This was the first time he had seen the spirit lot in someone else's hand erupt, and the momentum was indeed astonishing. Every day, someone would be selected by Heaven's secret and bestowed with a spiritual stick. However, the hunting ground was very large, and Lu Ye's group was mostly waiting for rabbits, so the range of their activities was not very large. When the spiritual sticks exploded before, they were far away from them, so they could not detect them. However, they did not expect to be so close this time. Lu Ye's mind turned, but he soon calmed down. He did not intend to get involved in this kind of excitement, although he had obtained the benefits of the special golden spiritual lot. Now that the spiritual lot had exploded, the nearby cultivators would definitely rush over. There would definitely be many masters that they could not defeat. A 7th Order, Hebing had forced them to rest for 3 days. If they really provoked a stronger master, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The Golden Body Command token could only protect one person. It could even be said that if not for the fear of exposing his whereabouts, Lu Yi would have wanted to leave this place. A distance of a few kilometers was too close for a Cloud River Realm cultivator, but it was not a good idea to act rashly, so it was better to continue hiding. Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This person looked nervous, as if he was fleeing. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from the ground, and judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations on his body, this person was a 6th order cultivator. As this person fled, he was cursing and swearing, and his expression looked extremely angry. Lu Ye's heart moved as he vaguely guessed. Just as he was about to send a message to Li Baxian, a sword light flashed and Li Baxian's figure appeared, directly attacking the 6th order cultivator. This person was already nervous, so when he was suddenly attacked, his expression changed drastically as he hurriedly blocked. In the hasty exchange, the battlefield marks on the back of Li Baxian and the attacker's hands blossomed with 2 colored lights. Perceiving that Li Baxian was a 4th order cultivator, this person was furious. A 4th order cultivator dares to snatch treasures? Courting death. Saying so, he raised his hand and pointed, sending streams of light towards Li Baxian. The latter used his flying sword to block, and for a moment, clanging sounds could be heard. While he was fighting with Li Baxian, Feng Yuchan appeared from the side and attacked him with a spirit technique. Under the pincer attack, this person was in an extremely difficult position. Although there was only a single realm between the 7th order and the 6th order, the difference in strength was huge. Moreover, this person's foundation was obviously not as good as He Bing's. He Bing had broken through to the Cloud River realm with 360 apertures, but this person did not break through at the peak of the Spirit Stream realm. When he was at the Spirit Stream realm, he had only opened 298 apertures. Such a 6th order cultivator was naturally in a tight spot under the joint attack of Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan, not to mention the 2 of them working together. Even one of them alone had the capital to fight him. Realizing that Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were not to be trifled with, this person's expression turned ugly. He only felt that he was really unlucky. He was actually stopped when he was fleeing, and judging from the other party's posture, it was obvious that they had been waiting here for a long time. This was not an ambush for him. They were just here to hunt, but he had unexpectedly stepped into their trap. If it were not for the fact that he could not give it away after it was bestowed, he would have offered it up at this moment in order to save his life. However, he had already tried to throw it away before, but it was impossible to do so. This was the most despairing thing. He had also thought of finding a master from 10,000 Demons Ridge to protect him, but those masters were currently competing for the Hunter List rankings. Who would have the time to protect him? Moreover, time was running out, and he could not contact a decent master. He could only blame the heavens for being blind. There were so many people in the hunting ground, so why did they choose him? He was already in a bad situation, and with his thoughts running wild, the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for him. Suddenly, a sharp, murderous intent attacked him from behind, followed by intense pain that swept through his body. Caught off guard, this person was sent flying and landed awkwardly. Lu Ye's figure appeared where this person was originally standing, the mountain coiling saber wrapped in flames. With his saber successful, Lu Yi rushed forward, while Li Baxian's flying sword and Feng Yuchan's spirit technique attacked from the side. This person hurriedly got up and blocked the flying sword in a fluster, but he was still hit by the spirit technique and staggered. Lu Yi had already arrived in front of him and slashed down with his mountain coiling saber. This person was unable to resist at all. Blood splashed as this person's body fell to the ground. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. This 6th order was far weaker than he had imagined. Lu Yi, Li Baxian, and Feng Yuchan had joined forces to kill 2 or 3 6th order masters before, but none of them were as weak as this person. Obviously, this person's foundation was very weak, and he had not opened many spirit apertures when he was in the spirit stream realm. Lu Yi hurriedly packed up the spoils of war and put away the person's storage pouch and spirit artifact. Then he stretched out his hand and searched the person's bosom. Sure enough, he took out a golden spirit stick, and the spirit stick was coiled with a light green glow. "Let's go!" Lu Yi called out. Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan hurriedly followed, not even having time to collect the scattered array flags and array bases. After running for less than 1,000 feet, a stream of light came from the front. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before them and revealed a person's figure. Obviously, this person had sensed the battle here and came to investigate. Lu Yi and the other two were on high alert. Fortunately, the battlefield mark on the back of each other's hands did not light up. This person was from Grand Heaven Alliance. Sensing Lu Yi and the other two's cultivation, this person waved his hand and motioned for them to leave quickly. Lu Yi cupped his fists and quickly left with Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. After a while, the sound of an intense battle came from behind. It should be the master from Grand Heaven Alliance encountering the cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge. Such a battle would undoubtedly attract the attention of many cultivators. In this way, the bigger the commotion, the safer Lu Yi and the others would be. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Lu Yi and the other two rushed into the cave one after another. Lu Yi immediately activated the concealment array in the cave to conceal their auras and waited on the transmission array. This time they were lucky. On the way back, they did not meet anyone except for a Grand Heaven Alliance cultivator. Therefore, they were not exposed for the time being and were not in a hurry to teleport away. It would not be too late to wait for others to find this place and read a book before teleporting. Time passed. From time to time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. There were also some sounds of fierce battle coming intermittently from afar. Obviously, these were the cultivators from the two factions who were attracted by the previous phenomenon. Now, both sides did not know who had the golden spiritual lot. The main reason was that Lu Yi and the others were lucky and moved quickly. As soon as the phenomenon appeared, the person with the golden spiritual lot had already entered their ambush. Once that person died, the golden spiritual lot's whereabouts were unknown. 2 hours passed. For hours past, the commotion outside gradually calmed down. Lu Yi and the others who had been tense all this time also relaxed. Only now do they have the mood to check their spoils of war. There were a few storage pouches. They opened them one by one, but did not find anything valuable. The only valuable thing was the golden spiritual lot that Lu Yi found in that person's chest. There was no doubt that this was a special spiritual lot bestowed by Heaven's Secret. The light blue light was the best indication. Lu Yi had never thought that he would actually be able to obtain such a spirit lot. However, with his previous experience, he was still very confident in keeping this spirit lot. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, this spirit lot basically wouldn't be taken away by others. Heaven's Secret bestowing such a spiritual lot was not a good thing for ordinary cultivators. This thing could not be used before the time limit was up. It could not be put into storage pouches or even thrown away. It could only be carried around. Chapter 5:23. When Lu Yi obtained the golden spiritual lot before, he even wanted to use the teleportation array to throw it away. But even if he teleported, the golden spiritual lot was like a maggot in his bones. Once this thing was bestowed, unless one died in battle, there was no way to get rid of it. Therefore, for a cultivator with a low cultivation base, being chosen by Heaven's Secret and bestowed with a golden spiritual lot was definitely not a good thing. Lu Yi didn't want to get involved with this golden spiritual lot before, but now that the golden spiritual lot was in his hand, he could only continue to hold on to it. It wasn't all bad. As long as he could wait for the time limit to pass, not only could he get a golden spiritual lot, but he could also get a lot of hunting points. He should be able to return to the top of the hunting list. As long as there were enough teleportation arrays, it wouldn't be a big problem to keep this spiritual lot. The only problem was that Lu Yi didn't know how many times the spiritual lot in his hand had exploded. He was sure that it had exploded once, but whether it had exploded before, he wasn't too sure. This kind of thing could only be verified with time. Soon, 3 hours passed. The golden spiritual lot in Lu Ye's arms exploded again. When the strong spiritual power fluctuations swept out, a pillar of light soared into the sky. Even if he hid in the cave, he couldn't hide it. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation array. But before leaving, Lu Yi slashed out a sword light at the location of the explosion array. After they were teleported away, there was a buzz in the cave and flames were everywhere. Not long after, some cultivators were attracted, only to see a mess. Other than that, there were no clues. 200 miles away, on another teleportation array, Lu Yi and others appeared. Yi flashed out immediately, burrowing into the ground to check the surroundings. Soon, she sent a message back. There was no one around. Everyone waited in peace. Another 3 hours passed, and the spiritual lot exploded for the second time. Just like before, they activated the teleportation array again and quickly left, leaving a mess behind. Arriving at the new teleportation array, Yi went to check the surroundings again. Lu Yi began to adjust the teleportation array, checking the connection between the array under his feet and other teleportation arrays. There was only one teleportation array that could be connected. The spiritual lot in his hand had already exploded twice. Counting the first explosion, it had already exploded 3 times. But the light blue light on the spiritual lot didn't disappear, which meant that the time limit was not up. In other words, there was still one last time. The teleportation array had to be able to connect at least 2 places to be considered safe. After all, no one could be sure that the other teleportation array would not be discovered and destroyed while they were waiting. If that was the case, then they wouldn't be able to use the teleportation formation to escape when the spirit lot erupted for the last time. In such a situation, they could only take the risk and set up more teleportation arrays. After speaking to Li Baxian, Lu Yi concealed himself and snuck out of the cave. He randomly chose a direction and headed off. Li Baxian and the others couldn't help in this matter. They couldn't even follow Lu Yi. They could only stay here and wait for news from Lu Yi. A distance of 200 kilometers wasn't too far, but Lu Yi had to hide his tracks and be vigilant at all times, so he couldn't travel too fast. Moreover, he had to find a suitable location to set up the formation. Only after more than 2 hours did he find a place to set up the formation. There wasn't enough time to set up a second one, so Lu Yi could only teleport back to Li Baxian's side to meet up with him. He quietly waited. Another 2 hours later, the spirit lot in his bosom erupted as expected. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, and spiritual energy surged. Lu Yi and the other 2 disappeared from the teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, the 3 appeared on the new teleportation array set up by Lu Yi. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Lu Yi quickly took out the spirit lot in his bosom and found that the light blue light on the spirit lot had disappeared. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and put it into his storage space. At the same time, on the hunting list, Lu Ye's name, who was originally ranked 3rd, suddenly jumped up 2 places and returned to the 1st place. This time, his hunting points increased by more than 750 points. The total had exceeded 7,000 points, more than 200 points higher than the 2nd place, Tan Sheng. Somewhere in the hunting ground, Tan Sheng, dressed in a green robe, looked up at the changes on the hunting list and frowned. He secretly sighed. Lu Ye's luck was so good that he gained so many hunting points at once. Obviously, it wasn't because of killing enemies, but because of the special golden spirit lot. It was the same last time. This guy gained 1,000 hunting points and directly climbed to the 1st place on the hunting list. In half a month, this person had obtained 2 golden spirit lots in a row. Such luck was really enviable. He had vaguely heard that Liu Ye was from the War Province's Blue Blood sect and was wanted by many sects in Myriad Demon Ridge. Recently, many masters in the hunting ground had been searching for his whereabouts, but unfortunately, they hadn't found anything yet. 200 hunting points wasn't a big gap, but it wasn't easy to catch up. This guy's cultivation was low, but his efficiency in obtaining hunting points was much higher than his, which was really a headache. With his ranking overtaken, Liu Yi could only think of ways to obtain more hunting points. The difference between the reward for first place and second place was a grade A spring spirit. He was now in the 9th order and would soon break through to the true lake realm and leave the Cloud River battlefield. A grade A spring spirit wasn't very valuable to him, but he still had many junior brothers and junior sisters who needed it, so he couldn't miss it no matter what. Just as he was thinking this, a message suddenly came from his battlefield mark. Tan Sheng checked it and found that it was a message from one of his junior brothers. The message was very simple. Someone had contacted him and asked him to pass on a message to Tan Sheng, saying that they wanted to meet in the hunting ground. Tan Sheng was now focused on obtaining more hunting points and surpassing Liu Ye. So how could he have the time to meet with anyone? Moreover, this person's cultivation couldn't be high. Just as he was about to refuse, the next message made his eyes light up. He immediately replied, "Is that person sure?" The junior brother replied, "That's what the other party said, but I don't know if it's true or not. If the other party really has that thing, they can indeed do this. Ask them where they are now." A moment later, the junior brother replied and gave Tan Sheng a location. Tan Sheng took out the 10,000 treasure map and checked it. He found that the location wasn't close to him. Even with his cultivation, it would take him half a day to get there. He immediately said, "Tell them to wait for me there. I'll go over now." After ending the message, Tan Sheng soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the agreed location. At the same time, 2 figures were quietly lying dormant on a spirit peak. If Liu Yi was here, he would definitely recognize them. These 2 people were the 2 brothers, Jiang Lu Zi and Jiang Cheng Zi. The 2 of them were in a rather sorry state at the moment. There were many injuries on their bodies, which were obviously caused by fighting with others. Both of them were in the 5th order and they weren't weak. In the Cloud River realm, there were also existences who could kill enemies above their realm. During this time, they had been searching for various opportunities in the hunting ground under the lead of the cultivator named Lu Shu. At the same time, they were also looking for traces of Liu Yi. In the beginning, their luck was pretty good. They obtained some opportunities and hunted some cultivators from Grand Heaven Alliance. They obtained a lot of trophies, but they couldn't find Liu Ye's whereabouts. If this continued, they could barely accept it. However, just yesterday, the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. The 3 of them encountered a Grand Heaven Alliance master, and that Grand Heaven Alliance master had a grudge against their sect. When they met face to face, they naturally fought. Although Lu Shu's cultivation wasn't weak, as he was in the 8th order, he wasn't that person's opponent because that person's cultivation was 1 realm higher than Lu Shu's. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't easy for a 9th order to kill an 8th order. At this level, if Lu Shu wanted to escape, there was a high chance that that person wouldn't be able to kill him. However, there was a blood feud between them, and Lu Shu had to take care of the 2 of them. He could only be forced to fight and let the 2 of them escape first. When they escaped to a safe place, they discovered that Lu Shu's battlefield mark had disappeared. In other words, senior brother Lu Shu had died in battle. This made the 2 brothers feel very uncomfortable. They both felt that they had harmed their senior brother. They couldn't even talk about revenge. The other party was in the 9th order and wasn't someone they could fight against. They immediately made up their mind to hide until the end of the hunting ground. However, the Grand Heaven Alliance master was searching for traces of them nearby, causing them to be on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be discovered. They had no choice but to seek help from a master. However, the masters in the hunting ground were all competing for the hunting list. who would help them for no reason. Jiang Liuzi chose Tan Sheng because Tan Sheng was strong enough to protect their safety. As for the bargaining chip to ask Tan Sheng to help, the two brothers also had it. It was also a stroke of luck. Just half a day ago, a white light suddenly appeared in their hiding place. It was an opportunity scattered by Heaven's secret. From the white light, the two brothers obtained an item. With this item, the two brothers were sure that Tan Sheng would definitely help. After some consideration, they found someone to help pass a message to Tan Sheng. At this moment, they were waiting for the news. Suddenly, a message came, and Jiang Liuzi hurriedly checked it. Jiang Qingzi asked, "How is it?" Jiang Liuzi nodded. Tan Sheng agreed, "But he is a little far from here. It will take about half a day." "That's good. Heaven never bars one's way." The two of them didn't expect that they would obtain such an item from an opportunity scattered by Heaven's secret when they were in a desperate situation. Which was more valuable, the reward from the hunting list or Lu Ye's life? For the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge, there was no doubt that it was the latter. Even if Tan Sheng was now in the awkward position of second place on the hunting list, if he could really kill Lu Yi, he would immediately rush over. As long as he could kill Lu Yi, not only would he be able to return to first place on the hunting list, but he would also receive a lot of rewards. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. For the many cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge who wanted to kill Lu Yi, the most troublesome thing right now was to find his traces. If they couldn't even find him, how could they kill him? However, the item obtained by Jiang Liuzi and Jiang Qingzi could accurately determine Lu Ye's current location, which was why Tan Sheng hurried over. To be continued. Chapter 524. Half a day later, Tan Sheng, dressed in a blue robe, appeared on the Spirit Peak. He had rushed all the way here because he was afraid he would be late. The hunting ground had been open for half a month and could close at any time. Once the hunting ground closed, even if he obtained that thing, it might not be of much use. Moreover, once the hunting ground closed, the rankings on the hunting list would be fixed, and many rewards would be issued at once. Standing in the air, he took out the 10-minute map and checked it. After confirming that this was the agreed location, he immediately sent out a message. After waiting for a while, he received a reply. After checking it, he whispered, "Sun and moon in the sky, two rivers parallel." He cursed in his heart. What kind of secret code is this? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw two figures walking out of their hiding place below. His figure flickered, and he rushed over, instantly landing in front of the two men. Jiang Liuzi stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Are you senior brother Tan Sheng?" They had never seen Tan Sheng before, so they didn't know what he looked like. However, the secret code was correct, and his cultivation corresponded to it, so it shouldn't be wrong. Tan Sheng nodded. "That's me." "Where is it?" Jiang Liuzi took out a compass-like object from his storage bag. The compass-like object looked quite old and was extremely simple. Moreover, the compass-like object itself didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. If such an object was encountered in the wild, no one would take a second look at it. However, this compass-like object was the key to accurately finding Lu Ye's whereabouts. It was also an opportunity obtained by Jiang Liuzi and his brother before. "Give it to me." Tan Sheng stretched out his hand. This object looked no different from the rumored one, but whether it was real or not, he still had to verify it. Jiang Liuzi shook his head and said, "Senior brother Tan, our cultivation base is not high and we have offended a powerhouse from the Haotian Alliance. Now that we are in a precarious situation, we need senior brother Tan to protect us." This object definitely couldn't be given to Tan Sheng. If they really gave it to him, he wouldn't take them with him. Only by holding this object could they ensure their own safety. As for asking Tan Sheng to help avenge senior brother Lu Shu, that was simply unrealistic. Tan Sheng was a 9th Order Master, but the person who killed senior brother Lu Shu was also a 9th Order Master. Everyone's cultivation was the same. So even if Tan Sheng agreed, he didn't have the ability to do so. So Jiang Liuzi simply didn't mention it. As for the matter of revenge, they would do it themselves. Both of them were talented and had the confidence to surpass the enemy who killed senior brother Lu Shu in terms of cultivation. When the time came, they would teach him a lesson. In addition, if we can really kill Lu Ye, we want 40% of the reward. Jiang Liuzi made another request. A cold glint flashed across Tan Sheng's eyes. Your appetites aren't small. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed? Jiang Liuzi spoke with fervor and assurance. Senior Martial Brother Tan must have heard of the bounty offered by the various sects in the Myriad Demon's Ridge. With such a huge amount of resources, even if you give us 40%, it will be enough for Senior Martial Brother Tan to enjoy for a lifetime. Almost every first grade, second grade, and third grade sect had offered a bounty for Lu Ye. The bounty offered by any one of them wasn't small, so it was hard to imagine how much it would be when added together. Hearing this, Tan Sheng remained expressionless. After a while, he said, "Give me the things, and I'll give you 40%. Jiang Liuzi shook his head. "I want to use it myself." The most important thing right now was to follow Tan Sheng. Only then could they borrow his power to prevent the Grand Heaven Alliance master from acting rashly. Otherwise, if Tan Sheng took the things and ran away, leaving the two of them behind, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. If they died, they would lose everything. Therefore, even though Jiang Liuzi felt that Tan Sheng was getting impatient, he couldn't relent. As for whether Tan Sheng would rob them directly, the probability wasn't high. They were all from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Tan Sheng had no reason to do such a tasteless thing. Even if he did rob them, he could make the compass in his hand lose its effect before he did so. At that time, no one would benefit from it. Seeing that Tan Sheng was still hesitating, Jiang Liuzi said, "Senior Martial Brother Tan, the hunting ground has been open for half a month. It might close at any time. If that's the case, Senior Martial Brother Tan won't be able to count on the reward for the first place on the hunting list. Moreover, once the hunting ground closes, even with this item, we might not be able to kill Lu Ye. Putting everything else aside, if that guy hid in the Tianji Merchant Union or returned to the 9 prefectures, where could they kill him?" Tan Sheng finally relented. 20%. You can use it. I'll take you with me." Jiang Liuzi frowned. However, it wasn't good for him to bargain anymore. 20% of the bounty was enough for the two of them. He immediately nodded. "All right, let's begin," Tan Sheng urged. Jiang Liuzi immediately raised his hand and bit his fingertip. Then, with his blood, he wrote the words Lu Ye on one side of the compass. The dark red blood was quickly absorbed by the compass, and the ancient compass immediately bloomed with light. The needle in the middle of the compass spun wildly, and in just a moment, the needle suddenly stopped and pointed in a certain direction. At the same time, a blood-red light rushed out of the compass and quickly swept in that direction, disappearing without a trace. "It's really the rumored item." Tan Sheng's eyes lit up. "With this item, Lu Ye won't be able to escape. Let's go." Tan Sheng shouted and took the lead to fly in that direction. Jiang Liuzi and his brother followed closely behind. Somewhere on the ground, a figure was watching quietly. It was the expert from the Haotian Alliance who had killed Lu Shu. He had been searching for traces of Jiang Liuzi and his brother nearby. Unfortunately, the two of them hid very well, and he couldn't find them. Until now, the two brothers took the initiative to reveal themselves. However, there was a 9th order beside them, which made him feel quite helpless. "Tan Sheng?" The man whispered softly. "When did New Moon Sect and Eternal Heaven Sect get together?" Tan Sheng was from New Moon Sect, while Jiang Liuzi and his brother were from Eternal Heaven Sect. They were both big sects in Myriad Demon Ridge. "I don't understand." "Forget it. It's just 2 5th order. If I can't kill them, I won't kill them." At the same time, in another part of the hunting ground, Lu Yi, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly frowned. Just now he felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, as if someone was secretly monitoring him. This made his heart tremble. He hid his body with the help of the concealment spirit tattoo, which was similar to the concealment of ghost cultivators. He didn't dare to say that his concealment was perfect, but if someone wanted to see through his concealment, their cultivation had to be at least 7th order and above. Moreover, they had to be close enough to him. Is someone lurking around me? Lu Yi was secretly shocked. He hurriedly activated his insight spirit tattoo to enhance his eyes and looked around. In the end, he found nothing. There were no traces of anyone lurking around. Thinking about it for a moment, Lu Yi turned his head and whispered to Yi. Yi immediately flew out of Hu Po's body and dove into the ground to search around. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yi returned and slowly shook her head at Lu Yi. She carefully searched the surrounding 5,000 meters, but found nothing. At this time, the inexplicable feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared, which made Lu Yi very puzzled. Was it just an illusion? Lu Yi calmed his mind and probed for a while to make sure there was nothing strange. However, after obtaining the golden spirit tag, his luck wasn't very good. After lying in ambush for half a day, he still didn't gain anything. Looking up at the hunting list, Lu Yi didn't know why Tan Sheng's hunting points had stopped moving for a long time. It was very strange. This caused the gap between the 3rd place and Tan Sheng to be constantly narrowed. By now, that person was less than 100 hunting points behind Tan Sheng. Time passed by, and after more than an hour, Lu Yi suddenly felt that he was being watched again. And this time, the feeling was much stronger than before. His face became dignified. Something was not right. If it was only once, he could say it was an illusion, but now it was happening again. What was this? He quickly constructed his insight spirit inscriptions and scanned his surroundings, but still found nothing. However, he instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he continued to stay here, a great crisis would descend. Thinking so, Lu Yi quickly sent a message to Li Baxian, telling him to prepare to evacuate. Whether or not someone was secretly monitoring him, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Just as he was sending a message to Li Baxian, more than 10 kilometers away, 3 figures were rushing over under the guidance of the compass. As the distance between them grew closer, the light on the compass gradually became red and its color became deeper. He's nearby. Jiang Liuzi's eyes flashed with joy. The hunting ground was so big that he thought that even with the guidance of this compass, it would take some effort to find Lu Yi, but he hadn't expected the distance between them to be so small. It only took them a little more than an hour to arrive. This was really a pleasant surprise. On the ground, Lu Yi and Li Baxian finished communicating and were about to pack up their array flags and leave when 3 streams of light suddenly appeared in their field of vision. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the leader were extremely powerful, indicating that he was a 9th order cultivator. 9th order cultivators are starting to act together. Lu Yi was secretly shocked, but when he probed the spiritual energy fluctuations of the two, he found that they were only 5th order cultivators. He guessed that these 3 probably belonged to the same sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for a 9th order cultivator to bring 2 5th order cultivators with him. Seeing the 3 streams of light fly over his head, before Lu Yi could breathe a sigh of relief, the 3 streams of light suddenly stopped. In the air, Jiang Liuzi held the compass and looked at the needle that suddenly changed. He shouted in a low voice, "They're down there!" Tan Sheng's eyes lit up and he immediately flew down, followed by Jiang Liuzi and his brother. The moment they landed, Jiang Qingzi disappeared. He was a ghost cultivator, so he had his own means of concealment. At this time, Lu Yi was staring at Jiang Qingzi. He never expected that in this hunting ground, not only would he meet Wei Kei, but also these 2 brothers. They were really haunting him. What made Lu Yi even more vigilant was the compass in Jiang Liuzi's hand. As he continued to approach, the warning in Lu Ye's heart became stronger and stronger. Somehow, that compass seemed to have some inexplicable connection with him. For some reason, Lu Yi always felt that these three were looking for him. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for them to land after flying over. Moreover, Jiang Liuzi was obviously looking for something with the help of that compass. To be continued. Chapter 5:25. Jiang Liuzi, who was holding the compass, stood 300 meters away from Lu Yi. The light on the compass had turned blood red, and the needle stopped moving. Jiang Liuzi raised his head and shouted, "It's right ahead!" As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ye's figure appeared, and with the support of wind travel, his figure rushed out like a bolt of lightning, unsheathing his mountain coiling saber and slashing towards Jiang Liuzi. He didn't know what the compass was, but he was sure that he had been exposed, and it had something to do with it. The other party should have used the compass to accurately find him. Since that's the case, I'll snatch this compass. Jiang Liuzi was obviously startled by the flash of the saber. He had suffered a loss at Lu Ye's hands before and knew how strong Lu Ye was. So he instinctively retreated a few steps in the face of the saber. Tan Sheng, who was standing next to him, took action, and a fierce surge of spiritual energy blasted towards Lu Yi. The blow of a Ninth Order Master was terrifying, and Lu Ye's rushing figure was directly blasted away, the blood qi in his chest and abdomen tumbling. Midair, Lu Yi stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, summoning an array flag and waving it. 8 pillars of light shot up into the sky, resonating with each other. In an instant, a semicircular light curtain covered a radius of several hundred meters, like an inverted bowl. Lu Yi fell out of the light curtain without any hindrance. But Tan Sheng, who had taken advantage of the momentum to chase after him, was blocked by the light curtain. An entrapment array. Tan Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have arranged an entrapment array here in advance. Caught off guard, he was directly trapped inside. Asterisk schwa, schwa. Asterisk 2 more sounds rang out as Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan, who had been hiding nearby, shot up into the sky. Lu Yi had even used an entrapment array, so the two naturally didn't hesitate. Knowing that it was time to run, they hurried to keep up with Lu Ye's pace. Seeing the 3 turn into 3 streams of light and rush off into the distance, a trace of regret flashed across Tan Sheng's eyes. He was so close to killing Lu Yi, but the other party had arranged an entrapment array here to trap him, so there was nothing he could do. The spell technique began to rumble as it slammed into the light barrier, causing it to ripple and dim rapidly. Although Lu Yi wouldn't be able to escape as long as Jiang Liuzi had the compass in hand, it was best to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Lu Yi was only a 3rd Order Origin Realm cultivator, so if he accidentally encountered another Myriad Demon Ridge Master while escaping, he might be taken advantage of. Even Wei Kei wouldn't be able to trap such a trapping array for long, let alone Tan Sheng. In less than 20 breaths of time, the light curtain of the entrapment array completely dimmed, and Tan Sheng and Jiang Liuzi soared into the sky, rushing straight in the direction of Lu Yi and the others. A moment later, a person appeared in front of them. It was Jiang Qingzi, who had hidden himself before. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not trapped by the entrapment array, so after Lu Yi and the others fled, he followed them all the way. However, he did not dare to get too close. He was alone while the other party had 3 people. If Lu Yi and the others discovered his whereabouts, he would not have a good ending. Over there! I saw them fall in that direction. Jiang Qingzi pointed to a certain direction. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of buzzing sound in the direction he pointed, followed by a burst of flames. Jiang Qingzi was taken aback. Why did he feel that this scene was somewhat familiar? It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Tan Sheng had already rushed over, and Jiang Liuzi and his brother followed closely behind. However, after rushing a few dozen meters, Jiang Liuzi suddenly stopped in surprise and called out, "Senior brother Tan, wait!" Tan Sheng hurriedly stopped and asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" A According to the instructions on this, Lu Yi is in that direction. Zhang Liuzi stared at the compass in his hand and raised his hand to point in a direction. The direction he pointed to was obviously different from the direction of the source of the flames. Didn't you say they fell in that direction? Tan Sheng frowned and looked at Jiang Qingzi. Jiang Qingzi said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." "Is there something wrong with this thing?" Jiang Liuzi was also confused. He believed his brother's words, but the compass in his hand was pointing in another direction, which was really strange. "We'll know once we take a look." Tan Sheng quickly made a decision. Regardless of the direction of the compass, the source of the flames was only a few kilometers away, so it wouldn't take much effort to investigate. Since he had made up his mind, Jiang Liuzi and his brother naturally didn't say anything. Soon, the three of them arrived at a messy cave. Jiang Qingzi looked at this cave and felt that this scene was becoming more and more familiar. 200 kilometers away, on another transmission array, Lu Yi, who had escaped through the transmission array, had a heavy heart. He was being targeted, and one of them was a Ninth Order Master. What he couldn't figure out now was what the use of the compass in Jiang Liuzi's hand was, and why he felt a strange connection with it. As if knowing what Lu Yi was thinking, Li Baxian said, "Little junior brother, that's a tracing plate." Tracing plate? Lu Yi frowned. Just by hearing the name of this thing, he vaguely guessed its function. It's an extremely rare treasure that has the function of finding and locating people. The user writes the name of the person they want to locate with their blood, and the tracing plate will give them a clear direction. I've only heard of this thing and have never seen it before. They were actually willing to use such a rare treasure on me. Interesting. Judging from the current situation, the tracing plate should be Jiang Liuzi's, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for him to be holding it. When he was exposed before, Lu Yi wanted to snatch the tracing plate from the other party's hands, but he failed. If he had been able to snatch it just now, the crisis would have been resolved. "So, with this tracing plate they can find me at any time?" Li Baxian's voice was dignified, yes. What kind of enmity, what kind of grievance? In fact, he didn't have much personal grievances with Jiang Liuzi and his brother. They had only fought over the ownership of the spirit lands before, but it turned out that the other party was still attached to him and had even found a Ninth Order Master to help them. It was clear that they were determined to kill him. From the other party's standpoint, Lu Yi could understand. After all, his life was related to a huge bounty, and this bounty had been on his back since he was a Fifth Order Spirit Stream Realm cultivator. Understanding was one thing, but in the end he was still a little angry. That Ninth Order Master is Tan Sheng from New Moon Sect. He has an extraordinary background. He's Tan Sheng? Lu Yi was surprised. On the hunting list, they were both ranked first and second, but he had never seen Tan Sheng before and didn't know what he looked like. He didn't expect the Jiang Liuzi and his brother to find this guy to help them. It seemed that this guy not only wanted the bounty, but also the #1 spot on the hunting list. As long as he could kill him, all the benefits would be his. It wasn't surprising that Li Baxian could recognize him. After all, he had been on the Spirit Stream battlefield for so many years and had seen off batch after batch of Spirit Stream realm cultivators. To be able to be evaluated by him as having an extraordinary background, he must be a master who had once been on the Spirit Stream list. "Little junior brother, we can't stay here for long. With the tracing plate, the other party will soon find us. We have to leave quickly." 200 kilometers was really nothing to a Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. If they went all out, it wouldn't take long for them to find them. Lu Yi nodded and called out softly, "Fourth senior brother, senior sister Feng." Li Baxian and Feng Yu Chan both looked at him. Kong, the mountain coiling saber was unsheathed, and a fiery red saber light flashed, slashing out a crescent-shaped arc. Li Baxian and Feng Yu Chan instinctively jumped back, but in the next moment Li Baxian's face changed and he shouted, "Little junior brother!" The transmission array lit up, and when everything settled down, Lu Ye's figure had already disappeared. Li Baxian hurriedly rushed to the transmission array and pushed his spirit chi, trying to activate it. However, it was useless as the array under his feet didn't move at all. This array was arranged by Lu Yi, so he naturally had some backup plans. This ensured that only he could activate it. Even if others stood on the transmission array and poured their spirit chi, they wouldn't be able to activate it. Under the boy mask, Li Baxian's expression became dignified. Feng Yuchan also understood Lu Ye's intentions. He doesn't want to implicate us. As long as the tracking plate was not broken, Lu Yi would not be able to shake off his pursuers. Even if he could use the teleportation array, it would not bode well for him unless he had enough teleportation arrays. Only then would he be able to toy with his enemies. Once he was caught by Tan Sheng in front of the huge gap in cultivation, he wouldn't be able to fight back, even with Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. That was why he had forced Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan to retreat and stepped onto the transmission array alone, because he could feel that this trip was extremely dangerous. If possible, he didn't even want to take Hoopa with him. However, since he had formed his life essence seal, his life was closely tied to Hoopa's. If he died, Hoopa wouldn't be able to live, and Yi would also die. Therefore, Hoopa still had to be brought along. Without mentioning anything else, he might be able to enter his beast form at a critical moment to save his life. On top of that, Yi had always done a good job of monitoring him. What a fool! Li Baxian was extremely angry. As a senior brother, how could he be willing to see Lu Yi face danger alone? But just now, Lu Yi had directly forced him and Feng Yuchan to retreat with a single slash, not giving them any time to think at all. It could only be said that his junior brother was too decisive. As soon as he realized that he was in a bad situation, he immediately made a decision. A message came from the battlefield imprint. Li Baxian quickly checked it, and, as expected, it was Lu Yi. What did he say? Feng Yuchan asked. Li Baxian said angrily. He said we were too slow and delayed his escape. Feng Yuchan was speechless. She naturally knew that this wasn't Lu Ye's real intention. He just wanted to use this method to resolve the guilt in their hearts. Junior brother also has some plans of his own. Li Baxian told Feng Yuchan everything that Lu Yi had said. Hearing this, Feng Yuchan nodded and said, "In that case, junior martial brother, Lu didn't act on impulse. He made this decision after careful consideration. If things really went so smoothly, he might be able to escape this pursuit." If they wanted to escape this pursuit, the most important thing was to close the hunting ground. But who knew when the hunting ground would close? To be continued. Chapter 526. Just as Feng Yuchan said, Lu Yi wasn't acting on a whim. He had already made some plans when he set out on the road of escape alone. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't want to implicate them. A Ninth Order master like Tan Sheng wasn't someone the three of them could deal with together. If he wanted to find a way out, he had to try his best to hold on while being hunted down. As long as the hunting ground could be closed, he could set off to the nearest Heavenly Secret Commerce Union. Once there, he would be safe. The hunting ground could close at any time, so what Lu Yi needed to do now was delay as much as possible. After communicating with Li Baxian, Lu Yi immediately used the transmission array several times to increase the distance between himself and Tan Sheng as much as possible. After 4 such transmissions, the distance between them had increased by a few hundred kilometers. On the last teleportation array, Lu Yi couldn't find any more teleportation points. Although he had arranged a lot of transmission arrays, most of them had been damaged during this period, so not many were preserved. Without hesitation, Lu Yi stepped out of the cave where the teleportation point was located and took to the air on his tool, heading in the opposite direction from where he had come from. He didn't dare to fly too high, nor did he dare to make too much noise. In this hunting ground, Tan Sheng wasn't his only enemy. All the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge were his enemies. Lu Ye's perception was stimulated to the maximum, and his mind was always on the lookout for any movement. After more than an hour, Lu Yi stopped and began to arrange new transmission arrays. Enough transmission arrays was his guarantee to deal with Tan Sheng and the others, so he had to arrange as many as possible. While he was arranging the transmission arrays several hundred kilometers away, Tan Sheng and Jiang Luzi were following the guidance of the tracing plate and hurrying over. Tan Sheng was a powerful ninth order cultivator, so he naturally wasn't as cautious as Lu Yi, so he was much faster than Lu Yi. When Lu Yi finished arranging the transmission arrays, the distance between them was less than 400 kilometers. However, Tan Sheng's expression wasn't very good, because he hadn't found any trace of Lu Yi. It didn't make sense at all. No matter how fast a third-order cultivator was, it was impossible for him to be faster than him. He had been delayed by the trapping array for less than 20 breaths, so there was no reason why he couldn't catch up. If it wasn't for the tracing disc pointing in that direction, he would have suspected that there was something wrong with it. As the distance between them decreased, the light on the tracking disc began to turn red. The closer they got, the deeper the red color became. Until a certain moment, Jiang Liuzi, who had been paying attention to the tracking disc, suddenly said, "Within 10 miles." At the same time, on the teleportation array, Lu Yi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The strong feeling of being watched came again. In other words, the other party was very close to his current position. So fast! Without any hesitation, Lu Yi activated the teleportation formation and vanished. Then, without stopping, he teleported back to his original location. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan had already disappeared. After Lu Yi left, it was meaningless for the two of them to continue staying here. Furthermore, they were unable to activate the transmission array. If they were blocked by experts here, they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Therefore, not long after Lu Yi left, they left this place. At this moment, they were quietly lurking in a hidden place, waiting for the hunting ground to close. Like Lu Yi, they were used to being hunted and were well versed in the art of concealment. What's more, Feng Yuechan still had the spirit umbrella. As long as they weren't too unlucky and were directly exposed, their safety was assured. In mid-air, Jiang Liuzi, who was staring at the tracking disc, suddenly stopped after saying that sentence. He looked at the compass in his hand with puzzlement. The compass, which was originally blooming with a dark red light, had now returned to its original appearance. Moreover, the needle, which was originally pointing forward, was now pointing backward. What was going on? Jiang Liuzi was completely confused. What's wrong? Tan Sheng, who was flying in front, noticed that something was wrong and stopped. "Senior brother Tan, the needle's direction has changed." Jiang Liuzi braced himself and said, "It changed again." Tan Sheng's face sank. He hurriedly stepped forward to check and found that the needle's direction had indeed changed. At this moment, it was pointing in the direction they came from. He frowned and pondered for a moment, then looked at Jiang Liuzi and asked, "Has this tracking disc been damaged?" Although the tracking disc was a treasure, it wasn't sturdy. If it was damaged, it was very likely to be damaged, and then it would lose its tracking ability. Hearing Tan Sheng's question, Jiang Liuzi knew that not only did he suspect that the tracking disc was damaged, but Tan Sheng also had such doubts. "It hasn't been damaged." Jiang Liuzi shook his head. Jiang Qingzi said, "Senior brother Tan, there should be no problem with the tracking disc. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accurately pinpoint Lu Yi's position. The problem may be with Lu Yi." Tan Sheng thought in his heart. This made sense. Previously, they had used the tracking disc to find Lu Yi, but unfortunately they were blocked by his confinement array and couldn't kill him. Since they could find Lu Yi, there should be no problem with the tracking disc. "What do you mean?" "I don't know, but I think he might have some means to teleport hundreds of miles in an instant." "What a joke! Which Cloud River Tier cultivator has such a heavenly method?" "Then he must have used some kind of treasure?" If that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain why Lu Yi's movements were so strange. The tracking disc was clearly in front, and they were about to approach him, but he suddenly ran behind. Tan Sheng frowned and pondered. He had to admit that although Jiang Qingzi's deduction was unrealistic, it was the explanation that was most in line with the current situation. Lu Yi came from the Jade Blood sect of the War Province. More than 30 years ago, it was a great overlord sect of the 9 provinces. Even if it had declined now, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Who knew what kind of hidden resources it had? It was not impossible to say that it had some kind of treasure that could teleport hundreds of miles in an instant. However, Tan Sheng had never heard of such a treasure, so it was difficult for him to be sure. If he has used some kind of treasure, then he definitely can't use it frequently. Senior Brother Tan, I think we only need to continue to track him and not give him a chance to shake us off. Sooner or later, we will be able to catch him. Continue to chase him. Tan Sheng was annoyed and immediately changed direction, returning to the way they came. On the hunting list, his ranking had already dropped to 3rd place, which made him very depressed. He thought that with the help of the tracing plate, he could easily deal with Lu Yi. In this way, not only would he get a large bounty, but the 1st place on the hunting list would also be his. As a result, not only did he fail to kill Lu Yi, but his ranking on the hunting list had also fallen. However, at this point, it was no longer possible for him to obtain hunting points and compete for the hunting list. Compared to the rewards on the hunting list, the reward for killing Lu Yi was undoubtedly more attractive. A day later, in a valley, Tan Sheng and the other 2 sat cross-legged, silently recovering. The expressions of the Jiang brothers were not good, and Tan Sheng's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. There was no other reason. Over the past day and night, they followed the guidance of the tracing plate and went back and forth on the same route. They ran back and forth more than a dozen times, but in the end, they did not even see the shadow of Lu Yi. Often, when they were about to approach the target, the direction of the needle suddenly reversed, and they had to change direction to continue tracking. Even if Tan Sheng was a 9th-order cultivator after a day and night of tracking, he was about to collapse. The Jiang brothers were even more exhausted, and their faces were pale. If they did not recover, they were afraid that they would not even have the spiritual energy to fly on their artifacts. Why couldn't they find Lu Yi? The 3 of them could not figure it out, even after racking their brains. Did Lu Yi really have some kind of treasure that could teleport him hundreds of miles in an instant? If that was the case, then they would never be able to catch him. With such a treasure by his side, as long as he wasn't completely surrounded, he would be able to easily escape. But did such a treasure really exist in this world? The Jiang brothers looked at each other and inexplicably felt a little guilty. They were the ones who dragged Tan Sheng into this mess. They thought that they could do him a favor and get some benefits, but now they did not get any benefits, and the 3 of them were played like monkeys. On the hunting list, Tan Sheng's ranking had fallen to 4th place, and Lu Yi had also fallen to 2nd place. As time passed, they continued to fall. One was chasing, and the other was escaping. How could they have the time to get any hunting points? Tan Sheng sat aside and raised his hand to touch his battlefield mark. It seemed that he was communicating with someone. After a while, he looked up at Jiang Liuzi and stretched out his hand. "Give me the tracking plate!" Jiang Liuzi immediately understood his plan. Senior Brother Tan wants to use its other ability. Tan Sheng nodded. "Is there any other way to find Lu Yi?" But in this way, the person who killed Lu Yi may not be Senior Brother Tan. As soon as Jiang Liuzi finished speaking, he immediately reacted. "Senior Brother Tan, were you contacting other masters in the hunting ground?" Tan Sheng nodded. "I've already spread the news and made an agreement with them. In the end, no matter who kills Lu Yi, I'll get 20% of the reward. You guys will get 20% of the benefits from me." In the previous agreement, the 2 brothers would get 20% of the reward, but according to the current agreement, they would only get 20% of the 20%. The gap could be imagined. Jiang Liuzi was naturally a little unwilling and said, "Senior brother Tan, we don't have to go this far. There's no time." Tan Sheng interrupted him. "The hunting ground has been open for 17 days and may close at any time. If we can't kill Liu Ye before the hunting ground closes, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Moreover, I have already spread the news, and they are all waiting. I will give you 20%, which is not a small amount. Don't be greedy." He had gambled the rewards of the hunting list to get involved in this matter. Now that his ranking on the hunting list was constantly falling, he could no longer count on the first and second place rewards. Such a loss could only be made up for by killing Liu Ye. Jiang Liuzi sighed. He knew that since Tan Sheng had said so, it was useless for him to persuade him. Even if he was unwilling, he could only offer the tracking plate. Chapter 5:27. Taking the tracing disc, Tan Sheng looked at the pointer on the disc with an indifferent expression. If he could take all the benefits alone, why would he want to share them with others? But now that things had developed to this point, it was impossible for the three of them to find Liu Ye's whereabouts. In just one day, they had gone back and forth on the same route more than a dozen times, but they still hadn't seen Liu Ye's shadow. If this continued, once the hunting ground closed, Liu Ye would inevitably escape. He sighed in his heart, feeling extremely regretful. 20% was better than nothing. Thinking so, he made up his mind. He raised his hand, bit his fingertip, and wrote Liu Ye's name on the tracing disc, and then wrote it again and again. The red blood imprinted on the disc and soon disappeared. The next moment, the tracing disc suddenly shattered, turning into a rainbow light that rushed into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The tracing disc had two different effects. One was used by Jiang Liuzi before. With the guidance of the tracing disc, it could accurately track the location of a certain person. Of course, the premise was that both parties were in the same space. The other was used by Tan Sheng at this moment. After the tracing disc was shattered, it naturally couldn't provide any guidance, but this effect could make it impossible for Liu Ye to hide or hide. The former effect only needed to write the name of the person being tracked once with blood as a guide, but the latter effect needed to be written 3 times. So Tan Sheng wrote Liu Ye's name twice. At the same time, on a transmission array 800 miles away from Tan Sheng and the others, Liu Ye, who was sitting there, felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. Before he could react to what had happened, a blood-red light suddenly fell from the sky, fell on him and directly wrapped him. Then the blood-red light soared into the sky and turned into a beam of light. That movement was almost the same as the explosion of the special golden spirit lot. The difference was that the pillar of light that erupted from the spirit lot was golden, but at this moment, the one that erupted from his body was blood-red, and there weren't any strong fluctuations of spiritual power. Liu Ye had no idea what had happened. However, such a huge commotion would obviously attract the attention of nearby cultivators. Thus, the moment he sensed that something was wrong, he activated the transportation formation and disappeared on the spot. Not long after he disappeared, a group of cultivators heard the news and rushed into the cave. However, before they could enter to investigate, someone activated the explosion array that Liu Ye had left here. A buzzing sound shook the area and flames soared into the sky. Several cultivators were blasted into dust and dirt and hurriedly rushed out of the cave. More and more cultivators gathered in this area. One of them stood high up in the air, his aura so powerful that it was intimidating. He was obviously a 9th Order, Cloud River Realm cultivator. This person silently glanced at the situation below, then immediately sent out a message. The message was immediately sent to Tan Sheng, who was 800 miles away. After checking, he immediately flew into the air and quickly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Jiang Liuzi and his brother looked helpless. Previously, Jiang Liuzi was unwilling to hand over the tracking plate and insisted on using it himself because he was afraid that such a situation would occur. In the end, it still happened. Now that the tracking plate was no longer in their hands, Tan Sheng naturally wouldn't care whether they lived or died. He was a ninth order cultivator, so it was much faster for him to act alone than with two fifth order cultivators. As for the previously agreed upon share of the bounty, Tan Xing wouldn't go back on his word, but that would have to wait until the matter was over and the two brothers were still alive. Fortunately, so much time had passed. The master from Grand Heaven Union, who killed senior brother, Lu Shu, shouldn't be looking for trouble with them anymore, which gave them a little sense of security. On the other transportation formation, Lu Yi calmed his mind and checked his body, but no matter how he checked, he couldn't find any abnormalities. But what about the blood-red light that shrouded his body just now? That level of eruption was even worse than the explosion of the spirit tag. It exposed his hiding place clearly. No matter how well he hid, as long as there were cultivators nearby, they would be able to find him and come to investigate. Raising his hand, he tapped on the battlefield mark and sent a message to Li Baxian, telling him what he had just encountered. Li Baxian quickly replied, "That's the other function of the tracking plate." After Li Baxian's explanation, Lu Yi understood what he had encountered. It seemed that this day and night of pursuit had made the other party impatient, so they had no choice but to use the second function of the tracking plate. As a result, although the other party couldn't use the tracking plate to track his whereabouts, it was unrealistic for him to continue hiding. Because Li Baxian said that the previous eruption would occur once every 2 hours. Lu Ye's heart sank to the bottom. When he was hiding before, every time the enemy approached him, he could sense it and escape in advance. Because he had an invisible connection with the tracking plate, he could roughly sense it when the enemy was close enough. This caused Tan Xing and the others to chase him back and forth more than a dozen times, but they all returned empty-handed. Originally, he thought that if this continued, as long as the transmission array he arranged wasn't destroyed, Tan Xing and the others wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the situation. Tan Xing and the others really couldn't catch up to him with the tracking plate, but they directly used the second function of the tracking plate. They really wanted to make it impossible for him to hide. The golden spirit tag would erupt once every 6 hours. The frequency was already high enough, but the blood-red light would erupt once every 2 hours. They didn't give him a way out at all. "I've already asked for help. Little junior brother, you must hold on. You must hold on until the hunting ground closes." "Got it." After ending the transmission, Lu Yi immediately left his hiding place and walked out. Since he knew that his position would be exposed once every 2 hours, he couldn't continue to stay in the cave. There weren't many transmission arrays left. Every time his position was exposed, it would inevitably lead to the destruction of a transmission array. Therefore, under the premise that he was relatively safe, he had to set up more transmission arrays. As for Li Baxian saying that he had already asked for help, Lu Yi didn't doubt it. Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan's connections were not something he could compare to. Now that there were many Grand Heaven Alliance experts in the hunting ground, Li Baxian should be able to ask for help. However, he couldn't expect too much. He had to be prepared for the worst and deal with it as actively as possible. Just as he was about to take action, the news about Lu Yi in the hunting ground was rapidly spreading among the Myriad Demon Ridge camp. For a time, a large number of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered in the direction of Lu Ye's last appearance, especially those whose cultivation wasn't very high, but also not too low. For people like them, the biggest benefit of the hunting ground was the various scattered opportunities. The hunting list wasn't something they could touch. If they weren't strong enough, they didn't have the ability to do so. At this moment, news about Lu Yi was flying all over the place. Naturally, it was tempting. Compared to the hunting list, the bounty for killing Lu Yi was much more abundant. Moreover, according to the news, Lu Yi was only a third-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. Now that he was under the secret technique of the tracking plate, his position would be exposed once every 2 hours. As long as they encountered him, everyone would have a chance to kill him. Under such circumstances, a large number of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered in this direction in a short period of time. This caused some Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators to be unlucky. In the hunting ground, the cultivators from the two camps could be said to be evenly matched. However, once a large number of cultivators from one camp gathered in one direction, the cultivators from the other camp naturally couldn't compete with them. The Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators who didn't know about the situation retreated from the area after encountering many dangers. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Every 2 hours, a large amount of news about Lu Yi would spread. Every time his position was exposed, a large number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would investigate in a very short period of time. But without exception, no one really discovered his tracks. With the help of the transmission array, he could teleport 200 kilometers away the moment his position was exposed. After a few months, Lu Yi once again experienced the feeling of being chased by countless people in the Spirit Stream battlefield. However, this time it was much more dangerous than the Spirit Stream battlefield. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the cultivators were only at the Spirit Stream tier. How could the various techniques that they could use compare to Cloud River tier elites? In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Lu Yi basically didn't have to worry about his own safety after his cultivation base reached the Heaven 8 tier. He was the only one who could find trouble with others. After reaching the Heaven 9 tier, he was even more invincible. Everywhere he went, the great sects of the myriad Demon Ridge would tremble in fear. The encounter this time was more dangerous than before. The biggest reason was that the hunting ground could only be entered but not exited. This created a great restriction for him. Otherwise, he could have found a Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance and barged in. He could have borrowed the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance's protection. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer transmission arrays. Now, there were only 2 transmission arrays left that could be used. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yi found an opportunity to rearrange them every time he escaped, there would have been no transmission arrays left. Lu Yi could feel that there seemed to be more and more myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in this area. He couldn't stay in this damned place anymore. Even if there were 2 transmission arrays left, he couldn't stay. If he continued to stay in this area, sooner or later, something would happen. However, if he didn't use the transmission arrays, once his whereabouts were exposed, he would definitely be in great danger. To leave or to stay, it was really difficult to choose. However, Lu Yi quickly made up his mind. He would leave this area. Only by leaving this area would he have a chance of survival. If he continued to stay, he would undoubtedly die. Looking up at the blood-red sky, Lu Yi felt helpless. The hunting ground had been open for almost 20 days. When would it close? That blood-red light appeared on his body again. Immediately afterward, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. Another explosion had occurred. Lu Yi activated the transmission array beneath his feet and directly teleported 200 miles away. Hurriedly leaving the cave where the transmission array was located, Lu Yi flew into the air. He tried his best not to make too much noise, and flew at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. He was only 100 feet above the ground. To be continued. Chapter 5:28. There were many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in this area, so Lu Yi couldn't move quickly. Every time there was a slight movement around him, he had to stop and hide himself with the help of his concealment spirit inscriptions. He silently estimated the time. He needed to get as far away from this area as possible within an hour. Only in this way could he fight for more chances of survival. Soon an hour passed. The blood-red light appeared on the surface of his body again, followed by a blood-red pillar of light shooting into the sky. Such an obvious phenomenon could be seen clearly by the nearby cultivators as long as they weren't blind. At the same time as the blood-red pillar of light erupted, Lu Yi threw a few source spirit pills into his mouth. Flames surged behind him as he spread out his wings. With the support of his flight wings' spirit inscriptions, he flapped his wings and turned into a stream of light that shot straight into the distance. His location had been exposed, and there was no transmission array to use. Now, all he could rely on was his own speed. Although he was only a third-order cultivator, with the support of his flight wing spirit inscriptions, his flying speed was not inferior to an ordinary sixth or seventh-order cultivator. If he used wind travel, his speed would be even faster. Not long after flying, several streams of light appeared in front of him. Obviously, they were myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who had sensed the movement and came to investigate. When they saw a red light rushing at them at an extremely fast speed, they all stopped in their tracks. The speed of one's flight often represented the strength of one's cultivation. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation, the faster one's flight speed would be, whether it was using flying artifact or flying. Therefore, it was very difficult for the weak to escape from the hands of the strong, because running was useless. When they saw the red light that Lu Yi had turned into, the myriad Demon Ridge, cultivators didn't think much of it, and only thought that it was a master from their camp. It wasn't until Lu Ye's figure passed by them and the battlefield marks on their backs flashed red that they came back to their senses. It wasn't from their camp at all, but from Grand Heaven Alliance. Moreover, the other party's spirit energy, fluctuations, weren't as strong as they had imagined. It was at most a third-order or fourth-order cultivator, a third-order or fourth-order cultivator from Grand Heaven Alliance. One of them suddenly came back to his senses. "It's Lu Yi!" Shouting so, he immediately chased after Lu Yi. He was a fifth-order cultivator, so he wasn't afraid of a third-order cultivator. Seeing this, his companions followed suit. However, in less than the time for an incense stick to burn, they'd been left in the dust by Lu Yi. All of them had gloomy expressions as they regretted that such a great, fortuitous encounter had actually brushed past them. Lu Yi didn't try to hide anymore because he couldn't hide anymore. He continued to activate the Flying Wing Spirit Rune and charged forward. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge. However, these people didn't expect him to be so bold. They were all like the cultivators he encountered in the first wave. By the time they reacted and wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. News constantly spread in all directions, reporting Lu Ye's current location. Large groups of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators chased after Lu Yi, searching for him. While flying, Lu Yi constantly threw Origin Spirit pills into his mouth to replenish his spiritual power. Continuously activating the Flight Wing Spirit Rune consumed a great deal of Yonkai's strength. With his current third-order cultivation, if he didn't take spirit pills to supplement himself, he would run out of spirit chi in less than half a day. Even if he swallowed pills to replenish his energy, he still could not make ends meet. Moreover, he hadn't even activated the Wind Travel Spirit Rune yet. If he did, the consumption would only be greater. An hour later, the blood-red beam of light erupted again. Only a moment later, a stream of light suddenly approached him from the side. Obviously, this person had noticed the commotion and rushed over. The speed of this stream of light was extremely fast. Even if Lu Yi activated the Flight Wing Spirit Rune, he still couldn't match the speed of the other party. Lu Yi knew at a glance that this person was an 8th order or 9th order master. He felt helpless in his heart. In the end, he was still targeted by such a master. With the Flight Wing Spirit Rune and the Wind Travel Spirit Rune, he didn't need to worry about cultivators below the 7th order. Only those in the 8th order or 9th order couldn't outrun him. However, even if he couldn't outrun them, he still had to run. Making up his mind, Lu Yi activated the Wind Travel Spirit Rune and increased his speed again. The spirit chi in his body flowed out like a flood. The sudden increase in speed surprised the expert from the myriad Demon's Ridge, who was chasing after Lu Yi. He then shouted angrily, "Lu Yi, you can't escape. Surrender now, and I'll give you a quick death." The voice sounded familiar. Wei Kei's figure immediately appeared in Lu Ye's mind. "I'm really unlucky. Why do I have to run into this guy everywhere I go?" While Lu Yi was fleeing, another stream of light shot up into the sky from below and rushed straight towards him. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he grabbed the golden body token and secretly pushed his spirit chi, preparing to use this final life-saving card at a moment's notice. This couldn't be helped, as the stream of spirit chi rushing out from below was also a Ninth Order master. Under such a pincer attack, how could Lu Yi survive? This was also the reason why Lu Yi had decisively acted alone when he realized that he was in a bad situation. He only had one golden body token, so if he had no other choice, he could use it to save his life. At the very least, he could live for a few more hours. But if Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan were with him, they would only suffer an unexpected disaster. The distance between them quickly closed, and Lu Yi was about to activate the power of the golden body token when a strange voice rang in his ear. "Run!" As soon as these words fell, the stream of light brushed past him and met Wei Kei, who was chasing after him. In an instant, spirit chi surged, and the two began fighting. "Many thanks, senior brother." Lu Yi shouted and shot off into the distance like a bolt of lightning. He didn't know who helped him at this crucial moment to stop Wei Quebec. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party was from Haotian Alliance. Perhaps it was a helper invited by Li Baxian, or perhaps it was purely a passerby. But in any case, he had managed to escape. Chuan euro /p 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 Lu Yi rejoiced inwardly and continued onward. After a short moment, he descended and found a concealed place to recuperate slightly. Continuing to flee all along the way was truly slightly tiring, and he absolutely couldn't let go of any opportunity to recuperate. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the sound of something breaking through the air came from above. Obviously, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were chasing after him. Now his position would be exposed every 2 hours, so there was no way for him to hide completely. Although he was safe now, his position would be exposed again in a while, so he had to move quickly. He couldn't stay in one place for too long, otherwise he would definitely be surrounded by too many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. After eating something and swallowing some spirit pills, Lu Yi once again set foot on the road of escape. He wasn't in a hurry to activate the Flying Wing Spirit Rune. His position hadn't been exposed yet, so there was no need to be too anxious. Half an hour later, Lu Yi estimated that the blood-red light beam was about to erupt again, so he activated the Flying Wing Spirit Rune again and fled as fast as lightning. The road of escape was extremely difficult. The secret technique of the tracing plate couldn't be deciphered at all. Every time his position was exposed, a large number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would chase after him. Under the premise that there was no way to hide himself, there was nothing he could do as a third-order cultivator. He could only desperately escape, buy himself as much time as possible, and pray that the hunting ground would close as soon as possible. However, this time, the heavens didn't seem to care much about him. The hunting ground covered by the blood-red light curtain showed no signs of closing at all. On the bounty list hanging high in the sky, Lu Ye's ranking kept falling, and now he was 7th. He encountered a few 8th or 9th order cultivators that he couldn't contend with. But it didn't take long for the masters of Grand Heaven Alliance to take action and stop the pursuers for him. The first time might be a coincidence, but the second and third time were the connections of Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan. Now, in the hunting ground, how could the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' pursuit of Lu Yi be hidden from the Grand Heaven Alliance cultivators? Originally, many people didn't know what was going on, but after Li Baxian and Feng Yuchan invited some people to take action, the news quickly spread. This led to fierce confrontations between the cultivators of the two camps in many places, and people were constantly dying. According to the progress of the hunting ground in the past, when the hunting ground was about to close at any time, except for a few masters who were fighting for the bounty list, most people would choose to stay dormant because they had already obtained the benefits and opportunities they wanted. At this time, their main goal was to protect themselves. But the situation this time was completely different from the past. As time passed, the confrontation between the cultivators of the two camps not only didn't subside, but also became more and more intense. High up in the sky, Lu Ye's figure flashed past, with the flight wings and windwalk spirit runes. His speed far exceeded his limit. However, a few kilometers behind him, there was a stream of light in hot pursuit, and a dozen kilometers away, another stream of light was rapidly approaching. The one slightly closer was an 8th order cultivator, and the one further away was a 9th order cultivator. With Lu Ye's current speed, only 8th or 9th order cultivators could catch up with him. Originally, there were 3 people chasing him, but not long ago, a Grand Heaven Alliance master took action and entangled one of them, so now there were only 2 left. But even so, Lu Yi was being chased into a corner. Whether it was the 8th order or the 9th order cultivator, the distance between them was closing. Obviously, in terms of speed, the 2 were faster than Lu Yi, especially the 9th order cultivator. The gap between them was extremely obvious. At this time, more than a day had passed since Yang Kai began his escape. With just his 3rd order cultivation, no one would believe that he had been able to persist for so long under the pursuit of so many myriad Demon Ridge masters. Of course, this was thanks to the help of many Grand Heaven Alliance masters, but most importantly, Yang Kai's speed was high enough, but he had reached his limit. Not to mention other things, he didn't have much spirit energy left in his body. Even if he kept swallowing spirit pills, he couldn't hold on any longer. There was also mental pressure. Running between life and death like this was a great burden on one's mind. But even so, he didn't plan to give up. When he was resting in a place before, he took the time to arrange a transmission array. Although the transmission array wasn't hidden enough and he didn't have time to arrange other concealment spirit arrays, as long as he was given another cup of tea's time, he could arrange another transmission array and directly teleport 200 kilometers away, thus getting rid of the 2 pursuers. Chapter 5:29. That was the plan, but in the current situation, there was no way to get rid of these 2 pursuers. If he couldn't get rid of them, Lu Yi couldn't arrange the transmission array again. He tried to construct a void spirit rune in the air. If he could succeed, he could use the power of this spirit rune to connect with the transmission array and achieve the goal of teleportation. However, he had learned this void spirit rune from a book and not from his talent tree, so he couldn't create it as he wished. This spirit rune was extremely complex, containing more than 3,000 yin and yang elements. Even if Lu Yi calmed himself down to construct it, it would still take some time, and there was even a chance of failure. Now that he was being chased and fleeing for his life, his spirit chi was in turmoil, so he couldn't construct this spirit rune. After several attempts, he gave up helplessly. At this moment, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy came from below. Then, a powerful spell shot up to the sky and attacked him. In an instant, Lu Ye's skin tightened and he felt a chill run down his spine. His figure, which was running forward, changed direction at an incredible angle and narrowly avoided this spell technique. Before he could regain his composure, more spells were already flying toward him. The one who attacked was a 9th order cultivator who had been lying in ambush below. When Lu Yi passed by above, this cultivator suddenly appeared and caught him off guard. This cultivator should have been in contact with the 2 pursuers behind him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have ambushed him so well. Many spell techniques appeared in his field of vision, and feeling the power of these spells, Lu Yi sighed in his heart. In the end, I've reached my limit. When the spell techniques arrived, the violent spirit chi fluctuations swept out and submerged Lu Ye's figure. The cultivator who attacked and the two pursuers behind Lu Yi were overjoyed when they saw this, especially the two pursuers who had experienced Lu Yi's speed all the way here. If they hadn't sent someone to ambush him, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything to Lu Yi. Now that Lu Yi was engulfed in so many spell techniques, even with his third-order cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist and would likely die. This made them a little worried, fearing that Lu Yi would be smashed to pieces. If that happened, there would be no evidence. Just as these thoughts flashed through their minds, at the center of the violent spell techniques, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed and Lu Ye's figure rushed out. Impossible. He was a ninth-order realm cultivator, so even if Lu Yi, a third-order realm cultivator, didn't die, he should have been severely injured. But looking at the golden light, Lu Yi was completely unharmed. What was that golden light? Golden body talisman? However, even if it was a golden body talisman, it shouldn't have been able to completely block his spell. This was completely beyond his understanding. Seeing Lu Yi's figure rushing out, the magic cultivator hurriedly rose into the air and joined in the pursuit. No matter what that layer of golden light was, he couldn't let Lu Yi escape. As they chased, the distance between them shrank to a point where they could attack. The spell cultivator once again cast a spell. Although Lu Yi tried to dodge, it was too late. The powerful spell struck him accurately, sending him flying through the air. What happened next made the cultivator's eyelids twitch. Even though Lu Yi was battered and exhausted, the golden light on his body still enveloped him, and there was no trace of injury. This was definitely not the golden body talisman. The golden body talisman didn't have such a powerful protective ability. Beat him down. Don't let him escape again. A voice called out. It was another ninth-order realm cultivator who had caught up. The spell cultivator nodded and immediately joined forces with the man to put pressure on Lu Yi. In the air, Lu Yi, who was wrapped in golden light, was like a canoe sailing on the sea in a storm. Even though he tried his best to dodge the attacks, it was still difficult for him to avoid them. The attacks hit him one after another, causing the golden light to ripple. Although they couldn't hurt him at all, they sent him flying back and forth. It had to be said that the protection of the golden body talisman was extremely powerful. When the attacks hit him, they could only change his direction. Get down! While Lu Yi was dizzy, an angry shout came from above his head, followed by a flash of sword light. Lu Yi only felt his body tremble slightly before he fell straight down like a meteor from the sky. With a bang, Lu Yi slammed into the ground, causing it to crack and a crater to appear. Lu Yi hurriedly got up. 3 figures were floating in the air beside him, surrounding him in a triangular formation. One was the spell cultivator who had just attacked him from the ground, while the other 2 were the myriad Demon Ridge masters who had been chasing him. Both were armament cultivators, and one of them was holding a long saber and exuding a fierce aura. It should be this saber-wielding armament cultivator who had knocked him down from the sky. As soon as he got up, the 3 attacked him again, sending out secret techniques, saber waves, and imperial artifact attacks. Lu Yi's figure was sent flying again. He was unable to control his body after being hit by one attack after another, and he became dizzy. After a while, the world energy fluctuations around him subsided, and he fell to the ground again. The golden body talisman. When the saber-wielding armament cultivator spoke, the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. The 3 of them attacked together, 2 ninth order and 1 8th order, but they couldn't break the golden light shield, nor did they cause any harm to Lu Yi. It was self-evident what the golden light was. In this world, besides the golden body talisman, there was nothing else that could provide such a powerful and unreasonable protection, because it was a protection bestowed by the heavens. Before the time limit was up, let alone 3 Cloud River Realm cultivators, even a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could only watch helplessly. He used the golden body talisman, The spell cultivator also reacted, his heart throbbing with pain. The golden body talisman was a precious treasure, synonymous with another life, but it was actually obtained by a third-order cultivator and used up. If he had known that Lu Yi had such a precious treasure, he would have chosen a more subtle way to kill him. Now that he had used it, there was no point in feeling distressed. Where did this guy get the golden body talisman? How is his luck so good? While the two were talking, Lu Yi stood up and looked left and right, his heart filled with bitterness. In the end, he couldn't escape. Don't think about escaping, you can't escape, the spell cultivator warned. With the protection of the golden body talisman, they would never be able to hurt Lu Yi. At most, they could only restrict his movements. However, the golden body talisman couldn't protect him forever. This thing always had a time limit, and once the time limit was up, they would naturally be able to kill him. In other words, in the eyes of the three, Lu Yi was a fish on the chopping board. It was impossible for him to escape, and it was only a matter of when to slaughter him. I won't escape. Lu Yi simply sat down cross-legged and took out some spirit pills to swallow. The spirit energy in his body had been consumed too much during this escape. No matter what he faced next, it was always right to replenish his spirit energy first. Seeing him like this, the three from Myriad Demon Ridge had no intention of stopping him, but they couldn't. Time passed, and the three stared at Lu Yi without blinking, as if they were afraid that he would do something. But Lu Yi still sat cross-legged in place, silently swallowing spirit pills and refining them. In a moment, he had swallowed nearly 10 spirit pills, leaving the three speechless. Under normal circumstances, cultivators did need to rely on spirit pills to recover, but more often than not, they relied on spirit stones. This was because if they swallowed too many spirit pills in a short period of time, it would cause their spirit energy to stagnate and affect their strength. What was more serious was the accumulation of pill toxins, which required a long time to recuperate. However, thinking that Lu Yi could die at any time, they couldn't care too much. It was understandable. Suddenly, Lu Yi opened his eyes, looked at the three, and said, "The major sects of Myriad Demon Ridge have put a bounty on me. The three of you should be able to enjoy it for the rest of your life. Congratulations." He suddenly said such inexplicable words, but the three from Myriad Demon Ridge had no intention of answering. The saber cultivator looked at Lu Yi coldly with a vigilant expression. Lu Yi continued, "But it's a pity that the three of you want to share the bounty equally. In a moment, a layer of bloody light will erupt on my body, and my position will be exposed. Presumably, many people will gather here. There will be at least 100. At that time, whoever can take my life will be able to monopolize the bounty. Or do you still want to share it equally? However, although the bounty is large, if there are too many people, it won't be much after splitting it among everyone." These words made the three frown. In fact, this was also what the three of them were worried about. Although the three of them had been silent, they were actually secretly communicating. Lu Yi's position would definitely be exposed, unless the golden body medallion lost its effect before he was exposed. However, the golden body token lasted for a long time, and who knew when it would lose its effect? And what Lu Yi said was the most likely scenario to happen next. "What are you trying to say?" The magic cultivator asked in a deep voice. "The three of you were able to catch up to me because of your ability. I have no complaints if I die at your hands, as you deserve it. But if I die at the hands of others, I will be a little unwilling, so I don't want to attract too many people." Lu Yi said this, then changed the topic. "This humble one is not talented, but he is proficient in the Tao of arrays. If the three of you allow it, I can arrange a concealment array here. It might be able to conceal the commotion later. This way, no one will be able to discover my position." Hearing this, the Eighth Order cultivator's expression changed. "Are you that kind?" Lu Yi said indifferently, "This Lu's cultivation may not be high, but I have stirred up many storms. If I die, so be it. I don't want too many people to see my death." Of course, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. And it's also up to you whether you want to arrange it or not. The saber cultivator suddenly looked at the magic cultivator. Brother Lu, I remember that you cultivate the Tao of arrays. Can you arrange a concealment array? The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. The magic cultivator, surnamed Lu, said, "Yes." Lu Yi was speechless. His plan was ruined. He originally thought that if the three of them were willing to let him set up a transmission array, he would just set up a transmission array and teleport away right under their noses. But he didn't expect this magic cultivator surnamed Lu to also cultivate the Tao of arrays. He was really unlucky. Chapter 530. I'll set up the formation. Guards, said the cultivator surnamed Lu. The two cultivators from the Myriad Demons Ridge nodded and stared at Lu Yi, one on the left and one on the right. The magic cultivator surnamed Lu immediately drew out a few formation flags and sent them flying in all directions. Just from this person's technique, it could be seen that this person indeed had some attainments in the field of formations. However, among cultivators at the level of the Cloud River tier, even those who had switched to the field of formations would not have very high attainments, let alone a magic cultivator who had also cultivated the field of formations. After throwing out several formation flags, the cultivator surnamed Lu began to set up the formation. Lu Yi sat in place and watched coldly. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Brother Lu, there's not enough time. Shut up. The cultivator, surnamed Lu, was furious. Setting up a formation wasn't something that could be done overnight. It always needed some time. If the cultivator, surnamed Lu, was given enough time, he could indeed set up a concealment formation. However, what he lacked now was time. No one knew when Lu Yi would suddenly erupt, and when that happened, their position would definitely be exposed. The cultivator, surnamed Lu, was already nervous, and after being ridiculed by Lu Yi, he was careless, and the formation flags that had been connected suddenly trembled. If he didn't hurry and stabilize the formation flags, he was afraid that he would have to start all over again. Then all his previous efforts would be in vain, and it would really be too late. However, he only cultivated the Tao of formations and wasn't a true formation cultivator. In the face of such a situation, even if he wanted to remedy it, he was powerless. As he set up the formation, the trembling of the formation flags became more and more intense. The other two cultivators frowned and watched. Although they didn't understand the Tao of formations, they could see that something was wrong. Just as the cultivator surnamed Lu was flustered, a formation flag suddenly flew out of thin air and inserted itself into the formation. The trembling formation flags immediately stabilized. Your formation isn't good enough, Lu Yi said casually. Lu Yi said casually as another array flag flew out, perfectly fusing into the unformed array. The cultivator surnamed Lu was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should stop him or not. After thinking about it, he didn't stop him in the end. Formation flags flew out one after another, and in the blink of an eye, the embryonic form of a large formation had already been formed. Cultivator Lu couldn't help but gasp in amazement at Lu Yi's swift movements. He knew that Lu Yi's attainments in the Tao of formations were far superior to his own. It was no wonder that this person had been able to cause such a huge commotion in the spirit stream battlefield. He had heard that the defensive spell formations of the various sects had been unable to stop him, but he had assumed that to be an exaggeration. Now, however, it seemed that this person really was quite skilled. Even some true lake-stage array cultivators might not be able to match up to such attainments in array Tao. This Lu Iya had definitely been to the Sky Expanse sect and challenged the 100 Formation Pagoda. He must have obtained a lot of benefits from it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such high attainments in the array Tao. It had to be said that Lu's guess was correct. The reason why Lu Yi had such high attainments in the Tao of formations was because he was extremely talented in the Tao of spirit runes. The second reason, which was also the main reason, was that he had obtained too many benefits from the 100 Formation Pagoda. That time when he challenged the 100-formation pagoda, his attainments in the Tao of formations had undergone an earth-shattering change. His attainments in the Tao of formations had continued to this day. The Sky Expanse Sect's 100-formation pagoda was the heartache of the myriad Devil Ridges Array cultivators. This was because only the cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance could enter that place. The array cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge would never be able to set foot there in their entire lives. Just as Lu was lamenting, a spirit rune had been rapidly constructed. With the core of the spell formation, it immediately covered a radius of 1,000 feet. Lu's eyelids twitched. Even though he was in the opposing camp, he couldn't help but admire Lu Ye. Just constructing a spirit rune out of thin air was already an extravagant dream for him. Now that the spell formation was complete, the saber-wielding cultivator asked, "Is this the concealment spell formation?" Lu answered sullenly, "Yes." He then looked at Lu Yi. "Don't think that you won't die just because of this." Lu Yi said indifferently, "I said that I just don't want too many people to see my death. Now that the concealment spell formation is complete, I'll set up an aura concealing spell formation for you guys. The explosion later will be very violent. A single concealment spell formation might not be able to cover it." As he spoke, he continued to set up the spell formation regardless of whether the other party was willing or not. Array flags flew out in all directions, and soon a spell formation was formed. He stood in the middle of the spell formation and tried his best not to reveal any flaws. He activated his spiritual power and constructed the Void Spirit Rune. As his spiritual power spread out, streaks of Yin and Yang Foundation elements quickly formed and spread out. However, the Void Spirit Rune was the most complicated spirit rune Lu Yi had ever come into contact with, apart from the Fire Phoenix Spirit Rune. It was 3 times more complicated than the Flying Wings Spirit Rune. It was extremely difficult to construct it. Even though he had constructed the Void Spirit Rune many times, there was still a risk of failure. He prayed silently in his heart, and his mind was extremely focused. His luck was good. There was no mistake in the construction process. In a moment, 70% of the Void Spirit Rune had been formed. It would not take too long. As the Void Spirit Rune was completed in 20 breaths of time, he could immediately activate the transmission formation and leave this place. The only problem now was whether the spell practitioner surnamed Lu could see the problem. The other party had some attainments in the spell formation, so he might be able to see that what he had set up was not an aura-concealing spell formation at all. He quietly raised his eyes and glanced at the spell practitioner surnamed Lu, only to see a look of amazement in the other party's eyes. It seemed that he was completely immersed in the wonderful artistic conception of constructing the spirit rune out of thin air. For him, who was a spell practitioner and a spell practitioner, it was undoubtedly a rare experience to witness a spiritual tattooist construct such a complicated spirit rune with his own eyes. It was very likely to give him some mysterious inspiration and then improve his own level. "It's done." Lu Yi was relieved. Just as he was thinking this, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air. A saber light suddenly slashed on the Void Spirit Rune that was about to take shape. With a boom, the spiritual power became chaotic, and the Void Spirit Rune was instantly destroyed. Lu Ye's face darkened. He raised his eyes to look at the weapon practitioner who used the saber, wishing he could pounce on him and hack him to death. Just a little bit more. "Brother Xia." The spell practitioner surnamed Lu woke up from his immersion and looked at Xiaoliang in confusion. Xiaoliang said, "He's setting up an aura-concealing spell formation." "No." The spell practitioner surnamed Lu shook his head. He naturally recognized the aura-concealing spell formation. But even if he could see that Lu Yi was not setting up an aura-concealing spell formation, he did not stop him. From his point of view, no matter what Lu Yi did now, he would not be able to escape death. The reason why he did not stop him was mainly because Lu Ye's method of constructing the spirit rune was too wonderful. He had gained a lot from it, so he wanted to watch for a while longer. I knew it. Xia Liang looked at Lu Yi coldly. If you really don't want too many people to see your death, then just kill yourself. Why do you have to do all this nonsense? When the other two heard this, they realized that it was true. Lu Yi had helped them set up a concealing spell formation, and then he was about to set up a second spell formation. Although he said it was an aura concealing spell formation, they did not know what he was actually setting up. It was obvious that he was up to no good. This was completely inconsistent with what he had said before. Knowing that he was going to die, he was still acting so sneakily. How was this a state of mind that was willing to die? This was clearly a stubborn resistance. For a moment, the three of them looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Lu Yi sat on the spot, his eyes drooping, not bothering to explain himself. At that moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Then, the blood-red light turned into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. The expressions of the three, from Myriad Demon Ridge, turned ugly. The concealing spell formation could not hide this phenomenon at all. They had been looking forward to it for half a day in vain. Now that Lu Yi's position had been exposed, a large number of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would definitely rush here. Although the three of them were not weak, they could not possibly drive away all the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who came, could they? That would incur the wrath of the crowd. Sure enough, a moment later, a group of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators nearby rushed over. This group had 4 cultivators, the highest being a 6th order cultivator, and the lowest being a 4th order cultivator. Judging from their attire, they should be fellow brothers from the same sect. Originally, he had only come over to investigate casually, but in the end he discovered that there were actually powerhouses from his own camp here. And the one that they had gathered in the center was a guy with a green face and fangs that was emitting golden light all over his body and wearing a demon mask with a green face and fangs. This is... The 6th order cultivator in the lead was surprised, but he quickly reacted. Lu Yi had been blocked by the masters from their own camp. However, what puzzled him was that, since Lu Yi had been blocked, why did the masters from their own camp just surround him and not kill him? After all, Lu Yi's life was related to a huge bounty. The 4 of them did not dare to get too close, lest the masters from their own camp misunderstood. They only watched from a distance of a few dozen meters, their hearts filled with doubts. As time passed, more and more Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered. Most of them were like the cultivators from the first group, unable to figure out what was going on. There were also some experts who went straight to Lu Yi's side and exchanged a few words with Xia Liang and the others. There were even some who tried to attack Lu Yi, but no matter how powerful their attacks were, they could only send Lu Yi flying. They couldn't hurt him at all. Soon, the cultivators who did not understand the situation slowly understood. Lu Yi had gotten a golden body medallion from somewhere. Now that he was protected by the golden body, no one could kill him before the golden body disappeared. Some cultivators knew about the golden body token, while others did not. However, after understanding the situation, they were all amazed. It was a protection bestowed by the heavens, and before the time limit was up, no matter what method they used, they could not break it. Even a spirit sea realm cultivator would be jealous of such a treasure. Who would have thought that a 3rd order cloud river realm cultivator would obtain it and use it? This was really a waste of heaven's treasure. After all, Lu Yi was going to die. It was a pity to waste a golden body token. However, they finally understood why those 8th and 9th order masters only surrounded Lu Yi and did not kill him. This made many people think. Originally, their cultivation was not high, so it would be difficult for them to take advantage of the situation. But in this situation, it was not impossible to give it a try. What if they killed Lu Yi the moment the golden body disappeared? To be continued, get //1. You upgrade in secure quests. LLA/5. 10-0 win 64 / */ Ed exchange 3. CHUA Nota, brand, chromium, me, SEC platform, wind, W, 9 yen US, 8 N, 7 ZH San, 6 Ja, 5 Cookie, 250 Yen, F19 CB Tavob 67117 7 6 F4 8B. Underscore B74 ZB to Hefa 1 K Motel Q 0000000 dash 0000 dash 0000 dash 0000 dash 00000 Chapter 531. As time passed, more and more myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered around Luyi as the blood-red pillars of light erupted every 2 hours. In just 6 hours, more than a dozen Ninth Order Masters had arrived. As for those below the Ninth Order, there were several hundred. The Ninth Order Masters were scattered around Luyi, surrounding him as they discussed how to deal with him, not even bothering to avoid him. The current situation was a bit awkward for these powerhouses, especially the 3 cultivators who had blocked Luya's path. Originally, they had the opportunity to take all the spoils for themselves, but unfortunately, they were stopped by the Golden Body token. But now it was impossible for them to take all the spoils for themselves. With so many people gathered here, they definitely had to share some of the spoils. After a simple discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. Tan Sheng would take 20% of the reward for killing Lu Yi. This was an agreement between Tan Sheng and many myriad Demon Ridge Masters when he first released the news, so it couldn't be changed. Another 20% would be divided among Xiaoliang's group. Xiaoliang and the other 2 had contributed greatly in being able to trap Lu Yi here. If it weren't for the 3 of them, Lu Yi would definitely still be on the run. Taking 20% of the loot was a matter of course, and everyone acknowledged. Of the remaining 60%, 30% would be divided equally among the other Ninth Order cultivators present, while the remaining 30% would be divided among the other cultivators. Overall, this distribution plan couldn't satisfy everyone, but in this situation there was no better plan. Lu Yi was like a fish on a chopping board. He hadn't died yet, but he was being divided into benefits and distributed. After the discussion was done, all that was left was to wait. Wait for the time limit of the Golden Body token to disappear. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the crowd, Lu Yi constantly swallowed spirit pills to restore his spirit energy. Although he didn't avoid others, no one from Myriad Demon Ridge came to stop him, because they couldn't stop him. Under the protection of the Golden Body token, no matter how they attacked, Lu Yi wouldn't be injured. So how could they stop him? After a few hours, Lu Ye's spirit energy had fully recovered. He even took out a piece of dried meat from his storage space and ate it in big bites. Looking around coldly, Lu Yi saw a few familiar faces. Needless to say, Tan Sheng had rushed over more than 2 hours ago and was staring at him with a gloomy expression. He was obviously in a bad mood. He had hoped to kill Lu Yi quickly and then compete for first place on the hunting list. But now, not only was Lu Yi still alive, but his ranking on the hunting list had also fallen. He no longer had any hope of getting first place, and the benefits from killing Lu Yi had also been reduced to 20%. That way Kay also came, standing not far from Tan Sheng, chatting and laughing with the people he was familiar with. Among the scattered crowd, Lu Yi also saw Jiang Liuzi and his brother. Many of the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators had dark red light blooming on the back of their hands. Only he who was surrounded by the crowd had a different light blooming on his hand. He was truly a blue dot in a sea of flowers, unique and unique. Sensing Lu Ye's gaze, Jiang Liuzi and his brother raised their eyes and looked at each other. Lu Yi nodded slightly at them. This indifferent attitude stunned the Jiang Liuzi and his brother. They didn't know if Lu Ye was really not afraid of death or just putting on an act. A third order cultivator was surrounded by so many Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators. When the time limit of the Golden Body token was up, he would die. If it were him, Jiang Liuzi couldn't be as calm as Lu Yi. Lu Yi was looking around when the battlefield mark suddenly sent him a message. He looked down and saw that it was a message from Li Baxian. Little junior brother, hold on, I'll contact someone to save you. Lu Yi being trapped here had caused an uproar in a short period of time. Many cultivators from Myriad Demon's Ridge had heard about it and were rushing over. Naturally, the people of Grand Heaven Alliance had also heard about it. This made Li Baxian anxious. At this moment, he and Feng Yuechan were hiding 20 kilometers away. But in the current situation, it was useless for him to be anxious. He and Feng Yuechan were only fourth-order cultivators. It was impossible for them to rescue Lu Yi from the encirclement of so many masters, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Now, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan could only try to contact as many masters from Grand Heaven Alliance as possible and ask them for help. But if they wanted to rescue Lu Yi from the encirclement, it would be impossible without a dozen or 29th Order cultivators working together. If they went with too few people, it would be suicide. Myriad Demon's Ridge wouldn't be polite to Grand Heaven Alliance. If they had enough time with their connections, it wouldn't be a problem to contact a dozen or 29th Order cultivators. But now time was of the essence. Many people weren't nearby, so it would take some time for them to rush over. Li Baxian only regretted that he hadn't broken through to the Cloud River realm earlier. If he was a Cloud River 9th Order cultivator now, how could he watch his little junior brother get trapped like this? But on second thought, if he had broken through to the Cloud River realm earlier, he would have been in the True Lake realm by now and wouldn't have stayed in the Cloud River battlefield. After thinking about it, he felt that he was useless and couldn't save his little junior brother. Okay, Lu Yi replied simply. Looking around again, he took a deep breath. The preparations were almost done. It was time to implement his plan. He was surrounded here and couldn't escape. The only thing he could rely on was the unbreakable Golden Body token. But the Golden Body token had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, he would have to die even if he didn't want to. Unless he could arrange a transmission array and use it to teleport 200 kilometers away, he would have a chance of survival. He couldn't just wait for death. Even if he couldn't escape and had to die here, he had to drag some people down with him before he died. Especially that guy called Tan Sheng. If he hadn't used the secret technique on the tracking plate, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. His spiritual power surged fiercely, and a spirit pattern that covered his entire chest quickly took shape. Then the ferocious surging spirit energy quickly poured into the spirit inscription. Such an abnormal situation naturally couldn't be hidden from the 9th Order cultivators gathered around. In an instant, pairs of eyes focused on Lu Yi with surprised expressions. They didn't know what Lu Yi was doing. Wei Kei said, "Boy, don't try any tricks. You can't escape." Lu Yi raised his head and looked at him indifferently with a calm expression. "I'm not trying to escape. Don't be nervous." While speaking, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth. This posture of swallowing spirit pills in large mouthfuls was really dumbfounding. No cultivator would take spirit pills like this. But considering Lu Yi's current situation, it wasn't surprising. Wei Kei frowned. "What are you doing?" "What do you think I can do?" This question stumped Wei Quebec. Indeed, in Lu Yi's current situation, what else could he do? At most, he could put up a desperate struggle. But he was just a 3rd Order cultivator. With so many 9th Order cultivators present, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't be able to make any waves. Many people had the same idea as him. So even though they noticed Lu Yi's little tricks, they didn't care too much. Time passed by, and even with a large number of spirit pills, Lu Yi's spirit chi was still constantly flowing away, all of it converging on the spirit inscription on his chest. Although his spirit chi was flowing away, Lu Yi's aura was slowly growing stronger, soon surpassing the level of a 3rd Order cultivator. If one were to estimate Lu Yi's realm based on his spirit chi fluctuations at this moment, he had already reached the 4th Order or 5th Order. This strange situation made everyone vigilant. Someone shouted, "Lu Ye, stop what you're doing, or else." Or else what? Lu Yi raised his eyes to look at the person who spoke, but that person didn't say anything. Yes, or else what? Beat him up. With the protection of the golden body token, who could hurt him? Simple threats were meaningless to Lu Yi, and if he really attacked, it would be a waste of energy. After a moment of silence, the man said, "If you cooperate obediently, you may suffer less. But if you dare to have any disloyalty, I guarantee you will beg for death." Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him and stuffed another handful of spirit pills into his mouth. Unfortunately, the life-extinguishing fruit wine refined by his second senior sister had been used up. Otherwise, he would have been able to restore his spirit chi faster. The restorative effect of that thing was not something source spirit pills could compare to. The spirit chi stored in the spirit inscription on his chest had reached its limit. It was still not enough. Lu Yi recalled the last time he used this spirit inscription and secretly decided to give Myriad Demon Ridge a big gift this time. As his spirit chi surged, an identical spirit inscription appeared on his back, and he poured his spirit chi into it. His aura became stronger and stronger, and Lu Ye's expression became dignified, because maintaining these two spirit inscriptions required a lot of concentration, especially after a large amount of spirit chi had been poured into them. If he wasn't focused enough, the spirit inscriptions would break, and all the spirit chi poured into them would explode in an instant. At that time, even the golden body token might not be able to protect him. The golden body token could block external attacks, but it might not be able to block internal attacks. Fortunately, Lu Ye's mental strength had always been much stronger than cultivators in the same realm. So at this moment, as long as he focused on maintaining the spirit inscriptions, there would be no problem. "Something's wrong," Xia Liang suddenly said. Lu Ye's aura at this moment far exceeded that of a third-order cultivator. Judging from this aura alone, no one would doubt that he was a fifth-order, sixth-order cultivator. And as he continued, his aura was constantly growing. Even a fool could see that something was wrong. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Lu Yi, don't try to play any tricks." From his cold expression, it seemed that Lu Yi was going to do something heinous to him. But in fact, Lu Yi was the one who was in prison and was in imminent danger. Some people also began to threaten him. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to them, treating them all as farts as he continued to pour his spirit chi into the spirit inscriptions on his back. With his current attitude and the protection of the golden body medallion, the group of experts from the Myriad Demon Ridge had no way to use their strength. They were extremely helpless and resentful. The golden body medallion had already lasted for several hours. Why hadn't it disappeared yet? As long as the golden body token disappeared, these ninth-order cultivators would be able to kill Lu Yi directly. Chapter 532. Lu Yi kept swallowing spirit pills, refining them into his own spirit chi, and then pouring it into the spirit tattoos on his back. His aura gradually became violent. Even the ninth-order masters gathered around him felt a trace of danger from this aura. At this moment, Lu Yi gave them the feeling that he was a volcano that could erupt at any time. Is he going to self-destruct? Someone asked in surprise. Surrounded by so many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, even a ninth-order cultivator like Lu Yi wouldn't be able to escape, let alone a third-order cultivator. Instead of being killed, he might as well commit suicide. Ordinary cultivators naturally didn't have the means to self-destruct, but Lu Yi was a spirit tattoo master who knew what strange abilities he had. It had to be said that many people had such suspicions, mainly because Lu Ye's current state was too abnormal. But if he really wanted to self-destruct, he could have done so long ago. Why bother hiding? He's accumulating his strength. Someone exclaimed, "He wants to drag everyone down with him." These words woke everyone up from their stupor, and the expressions of all the ninth-order cultivators turned solemn. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered outside were even more frightened as they retreated in unison. The more dangerous Lu Ye's aura was, the greater the power of his self-destruction would be. He had been accumulating his strength for a long time without taking action. Obviously, he wanted to raise the power of his self-destruction to the limit. With so many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators present, he would definitely be able to drag some of them down with him. Wishful thinking. Wei Kei said as he rushed in front of Lu Yi in a few steps and kicked out, sending Lu Yi flying. He then shouted, "Beat him up!" As soon as his voice fell, many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' eyes lit up, thinking that it was a good idea. Lu Yi wanted to use the power of his self-destruction to drag some people down with him, so they only needed to beat him into the air. Once he was in the air, even if he self-destructed, it would be difficult for him to pose any threat to others. Another person sent out a kick, sending Lu Ye's body flying into the air. Following that, streams of light from Imperial artifacts flew up and bombarded Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye's figure, shrouded in golden light, was sent flying in the air, rising steadily. Soon, he was a few dozen meters above the ground. Every time his body was about to fall, there would always be an Imperial equipment accurately attacking him, sending him flying again. As far as the eye could see, Lu Ye's figure rose and fell in the air like a leaf swaying in the wind. Shermu felt dizzy and disoriented for a moment, but he didn't have to worry about getting injured as he had the protection of the golden body token. So, he simply closed his eyes and continued to swallow pills to restore his spiritual power. 20 miles away, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan were quietly lying in ambush. The commotion reached their ears. Li Baxian focused his vision and immediately saw Lu Ye's miserable state. He immediately clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. His eyes turned blood red. Seeing his junior brother suffer such humiliation, yet being unable to do anything, how could he not feel grief and indignation in his heart? He and Feng Yuechan had already contacted some people who were lurking nearby, but they still didn't have enough people. If they acted rashly at this time, not only would they not be able to save Lu Yi, they would also be in trouble. So, before they had enough strength, no one dared to act rashly. Even if they were angry and unwilling, they could only continue to endure and continue to contact helpers. Suddenly, a figure passed by them. This person was sneaky, and the spiritual energy fluctuations from his body showed that he was only a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. This kind of cultivation was very rare in the current hunting ground. After so many days, the first-order and second-order cultivators had basically been killed. Unless they had the protection of a master, it would be very difficult for them to survive in the hunting ground. This person was only a second-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, but he was able to survive alone. He was undoubtedly a ghost cultivator. Only a ghost cultivator would have such ability. When he passed by Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, Ghost Shadow concealed himself and continued to move forward for more than 10 kilometers. When he looked up, he saw a disheveled figure rising and falling in the air. After staring blankly for a while, Ghost Shadow sighed in his heart. It should be Lu Yi without a doubt. Although the other party was wearing a ghost mask and his face couldn't be seen clearly, the figure was exactly the same as in his memory, so he could basically confirm it. Moreover, with so many masters from Myriad Demon Ridge gathered here, it was impossible for them to mistake Lu Yi's identity. It was a pity. A dignified overlord of Spirit Stream who could call for wind and rain in the Spirit Stream battlefield, single-handedly suppressing many Myriad Demon Ridge sects and making them unable to raise their heads. Wherever he went, the Myriad Demon Ridge sects would tremble in fear. Now he was going to suffer such humiliation. Even though he was from the enemy camp, Ghost Shadow couldn't help but feel sad. Therefore, it was better to not be in the limelight, otherwise it was easy to die prematurely. This was also the reason why he chose the Ghost Cultivator sect. Ghost cultivators were the best at hiding, and no matter what kind of dangerous environment they faced, they would have a chance to protect themselves. So what if he was the overlord of Spirit Stream? So what if he was the Spirit Stream champion? In the end, wasn't he the one who was still alive, and the other party was about to die? Ghost Shadow had specially come to watch the show. If it was any other show, he wouldn't care. With his personality, he wasn't someone who liked to join in on the fun. However, this matter was related to Lu Yi, and he really couldn't hold back his curiosity. In the Spirit Stream list, only Lu Yi could convince him. He had fought with Lu Yi before, not to mention that they had a battle of patience when the latter rushed into the myriad poison forest. He had almost died at the latter's hands. Furthermore, he had entered the Cloud River battlefield earlier than Lu Yi, but he was still only a second-order Cloud River realm cultivator, while Lu Yi was already a third-order. This was unreasonable. Trapped in the hunting ground, he didn't have any connections as a second-order ghost cultivator, so he could only hide. Fortunately, he had managed to survive until now. At this moment, he was able to witness the end of such a young hero. This trip was not in vain. After today, Lu Yi would no longer exist in this world. But then again, the Golden Body token was truly amazing. Even with so many myriad demons Ridge Masters taking action, they were only able to knock Lu Yi into the air, unable to harm him. While thinking about this, Ghost Shadow continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Ghost Shadow's body froze. He didn't know why, but there was a palpitating feeling surging in the depths of his soul. This feeling was constantly warning him that there was a great danger ahead, and that he absolutely couldn't move forward. This could be said to be a natural talent that Ghost Shadow was born with. He had an extremely strong premonition towards some hidden dangers. This had nothing to do with his cultivation or the strength of his mind. It was completely an instinctive feeling. Since he started cultivating, he had relied on this feeling to avoid many fatal threats. Ghost Shadow couldn't figure out why there was such a strong sense of danger in this place where so many masters gathered in the myriad Demon's Ridge. He stood in place, sweat slowly seeping out of his forehead. After a long while, he raised his foot and took a step forward. But it was this step that caused his pupils to suddenly shrink, and the warning in his heart was unprecedentedly strong. Never before had he felt such a strong premonition of danger. This feeling seemed to be singing the melody of death in his ears, warning him that if he continued to move forward, he would undoubtedly die. Fine beads of sweat gathered and slid down his cheeks. Ghost Shadow immediately turned around, no longer caring about hiding his body. He used all his strength to flee into the distance as fast as he could. A moment later, Li Baxian and Feng Yuechan, who were hiding in the shadows, saw the figure that had just walked past Flea in a panic. The two of them were puzzled, not knowing why this myriad demons, Ridge, Ghost, Cultivator had such a panicked appearance. At this moment, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy came from the distance. Li Baxian looked up and saw that Lu Yi, who had been floating in the air, was suddenly surrounded by dazzling flames. These dark red flames even covered the golden light of the Golden Body token, making him look like he was burning. As the flames surged, complex runes gathered around Lu Ye's body and spread out in all directions. This is... Feng Yuechan stared at this scene in surprise, not knowing what Lu Yi was doing. At this time, the myriad demons Ridge Masters also realized that the situation was bad. The surging spiritual energy fluctuations from Lu Ye's body were indescribably violent, making them mistakenly think that Lu Yi was about to self-destruct. Moreover, looking at the scene before this self-destruction, the power would definitely be immense. For a time, everyone's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Lu Yi, who was originally only a few dozen meters above the ground, was once again pushed upwards. It wasn't until he was blasted nearly 2,000 meters that he reached his limit. This was also the limit of the Ninth Order's artifact manipulation ability. Any further, and they would have difficulty controlling their own artifact manipulation. At such a distance, even if Lu Yi really self-destructed, it would be difficult for him to pose any threat to them. However, Lu Yi had no intention of self-destructing from beginning to end. He just wanted to use his strongest trump card. The light that had once bloomed on the Spirit Stream battlefield would finally reappear on the Cloud River battlefield today. The world energy around Lu Ye's body surged as his yin and yang qi continued to spread out in all directions, wrapping around his figure. And because of the protection of the golden body token, no matter how fierce the attacks of the myriad demons ridge masters below her, it was difficult to stop Lu Ye's movements. The most they could do was prevent Lu Yi from falling. The accumulated spirit qi in the spirit gathering rune on his back was quickly emptied, and a moment later, the spirit qi in the spirit gathering rune on his chest was also emptied. Lu Ye's spirit qi surged endlessly, and his spirit qi flowed out like a flood that had broken through a dam. As his spirit qi was consumed, the runes covering his body became denser and more mysterious. He found that he had been wrong before. When he used this move with Tian Qi's cultivation, he had also constructed 2 spirit-gathering spirit tattoos to store world energy. At that time, he thought that as long as his cultivation reached the Cloud River realm, even if it wasn't too high, as long as he reached the 5th or 6th order, he should be able to use this trump card at will. But now, it seemed that he had been wrong. Now that he was a 3rd order Cloud River realm cultivator, he had still consumed the accumulated world energy from the 2 spirit-gathering spirit tattoos, which was far from enough. It could be seen that the higher one's cultivation, the greater the consumption to use this trump card. But correspondingly, the more powerful it would be. To be continued. Chapter 533. 2,000 meters up in the air, Lu Ye's body was shrouded in flames, obscuring the golden light of the golden body token. Accompanied by the surging flames, the mysterious and complex yin and yang spirit runes quickly spread out and merged. The spiritual energy stored in the 2 spirit-gathering spirit runes was exhausted, and the spiritual energy in Lu Ye's body was also rapidly depleted. It wasn't until nearly half of his spiritual energy was consumed that the complex spirit runes were completed. Many myriad demon ridge cultivators stared at the strange scene in the air in a daze. What entered their field of vision was an oval egg that looked like a beast egg. But on the surface of this egg, there were a large number of fine and complex lines flashing, wrapping around Lu Ye's entire body. The flashing light was like a strange breath. As the 9th Order Masters continued to attack, the egg floated up and down in the air. What the hell is this? Everyone was bewildered, but they could all feel the violent and dangerous aura coming from the spirit energy egg. Some people had a bad premonition and had already begun to flee. Even the 9th Order Masters were on guard at this moment, their skin tingling as if they were being pricked by needles. At this time, inside the spirit energy egg, Lu Yi was still pushing his spiritual energy, pouring all of his remaining spiritual energy into the spirit runes until the river of spiritual energy in his body completely dried up. The light of the spirit energy egg became more and more dazzling, its fiery red color like a great sun hanging in the sky. "Something's wrong, run!" A 9th Order Master shouted, no longer daring to stay in place. Seeing this, many 9th Order Masters scattered and fled. No matter what Lu Yi was doing, the scene in front of them was beyond their imagination, and it was more important to leave this place as soon as possible. Without any external bombardment, the spirit energy egg 2,000 meters up in the air quickly fell down. As it fell, dense spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg, as if something was about to break out. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions as the spiritual energy egg cracked, causing the void to distort. *kacha, dense sounds rang out, until a certain moment a clear and loud cry resounded through the sky, deafening everyone. As the cry rang out, the spirit energy egg completely shattered. The flames surged and rolled. From the flames, 2 huge wings appeared first, followed by a beautiful and vigorous body. Ghost Shadow, who had already fled tens of kilometers away, could not help but tremble when he heard this familiar voice. He turned around in a panic, and the scene that entered his eyes made his body and mind tremble. It was a beautiful creature with a wingspan of more than 300 meters and a body length of more than 600 meters. Its beautiful figure dragged a long tail and was wrapped in raging flames, bringing with it the aura of death. The fire phoenix, Spirit Mark, had reappeared in the world. He had seen this thing before in the Spirit Stream battlefield, and it had also been created by Luya. At that time, Luya had charged through the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator's defensive line and charged into the Myriad Poisons forest. With this move, he had killed nearly 200 cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge. At that time, Ghost Shadow had escaped in advance to avoid the calamity. After that, for a long time, that beautiful figure was the source of his nightmares. The scene he saw today was so similar. The difference was that the fire phoenix he saw this time was bigger and more lifelike. The feathers on the fire phoenix's body could be clearly seen. This was undoubtedly related to the increase in Lu Yi's cultivation. The last time he used this move, he was only a Heaven 7th Realm cultivator, but now he was a 3rd Order Cloud River Realm cultivator. The difference in cultivation was still huge. Ghost Shadow was very glad that he had run away early. Otherwise, he would have been involved in this crisis and would have been doomed. The fire phoenix's figure covered the sky as it swooped down from the sky. Its violent aura made the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The scorching heat waves made them despair. It closed the distance of 600 meters in the blink of an eye. Just as the beautiful figure was about to hit the ground, it suddenly changed direction and flew past the ground only a few dozen meters away. Its huge wings flapped gently. Wherever they passed, space distorted and flames swept out. Even the ground began to melt. Screams suddenly rang out and then came to an abrupt end. Even if the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators started to flee before they saw the fire phoenix, it was too late. Wherever the huge figure passed, the flames engulfed them and the flowers of life quickly withered. This kind of power was something only 9th Order Masters could barely resist, but even then they were only able to resist for a short while. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When the fire phoenix's figure uncontrollably slammed into a hill, all that was left behind was scorched earth and withered corpses. The chaotic situation slowly calmed down. The fleeing Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators stopped in their tracks with lingering fear. Those who were not on the fire phoenix's path secretly rejoiced that they had survived. But those who were on the fire phoenix's path were not so lucky. Amidst the scorched earth a figure stood. This person was a 9th Order cultivator, but at this moment he stood motionless. His body was scorched black, and his hair and clothes were all burned away. Although his vitality was still there, he was seriously injured. With such injuries, he had to find a medical cultivator to treat him quickly. Otherwise, he would not live for long. This person was unlucky as he was in the path of the fire phoenix. Streams of light shot up into the sky as the 9th Order Masters, who were lucky enough to survive, rushed towards the place where the fire phoenix fell, arriving a short time later. Looking around, all they saw was Lu Yi lying on the scorched earth with a pale face, his eyes staring blankly towards the sky, as if he didn't even have the strength to move. However, with their previous experience, no one dared to get too close to Lu Yi at this moment. Only the heavens knew what kind of tricks he had up his sleeve. Some people gnashed their teeth in fear. They thought that Lu Yi was going to self-destruct, but who knew that he had such an amazing method up his sleeve? This time, countless people from Myriad Devil Ridge had died. But even if they knew Lu Ye's plan, they could not stop it. With the protection of the Golden Body Token, Lu Yi did not have to worry about them attacking him. Unless they fled in advance, Lu Yi could take advantage of this opportunity to escape. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to this person's curses. At this moment, he only felt dizzy and weak. as if he had been hollowed out. Not only that, the skin on the surface of his body cracked inch by inch, and his entire body was dyed blood red. The last time he used the Fire Phoenix Spirit Tattoo was like this, and this time his strength was still not enough. The after effects of using the Fire Phoenix Spirit Tattoo were too great. With his current strength, as long as he had enough time and spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to activate it, but it was almost impossible for him to control it. Otherwise, he would not have ended up here. He would have used the Fire Phoenix to chase down the Ninth Order cultivators and killed as many as he could. Red streams of light flew over from a certain direction like fireflies and fell into the battlefield mark on the back of his hand. These were the merit points contributed by the dead Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. At the same time, on the hunter list hanging high in the sky, Lu Ye's name, which had almost fallen out of the top 10, flashed slightly and jumped to the top. Originally, his hunting points were 7,110 points, but now they had increased to 15,620 points, which was more than double of what it was before. With such a huge number of hunting points, he deserved to be at the top of the list. One had to know that the original first place had less than 9,000 points. The increase of so many hunting points undoubtedly meant that Lu Ye's Fire Phoenix had killed at least 40 to 50 Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators just now. Compared to the total number of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered in the vicinity, this number was very small, less than 10%. The main reason was that the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had fled in all directions when they saw that the situation was not good. The Fire Phoenix could only kill enemies in one direction and could not do anything to those in other directions. Kacha. There seemed to be a slight crisp sound that rang out in the depths of everyone's heart. At the same time, the blood-red light curtain that shrouded the world shattered like a mirror, and dazzling sunlight shone down. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes. The hunting ground was closed, and coincidentally, it closed after he regained the top of the hunter list. Lu Yi would never believe that this had nothing to do with his luck. Things could not be so coincidental. There had to be a heaven's will at work here. But for his current situation, the closing of the hunting ground seemed to have little meaning because there were so many Ninth Order cultivators surrounding him. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil, so there was no way he could escape. The closing of the hunting ground caused a commotion, especially the Ninth Order cultivator who was originally in first place. At this moment, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If the hunting ground had closed 10 breaths earlier, he would have been at the top of the hunter list and would have been rewarded with a Grade A Spring Spirit and 9 Golden Spirit lots. But because of this difference of 10 breaths, he missed out on a Grade A Spring Spirit. How could he not be angry? He only felt that the heavens were blind. What was the point of letting a person who was bound to die become the top of the hunter list? Many golden lights fell from the sky and landed on the Ninth Order cultivators present, including Lu Yi. The golden light fell on the back of his hand and formed a mark. This was a reward from Heaven's will. At the same time, Lu Yi understood that with this golden mark, he could exchange it for the reward he deserved in the Heaven's Will Treasure House. It turned out that this was how Heaven's Will Treasure House rewarded him. He thought that it would directly give him all kinds of benefits, but now it seemed that he would need to go to the Heaven's Will Treasure House himself. This was more reasonable. After all, there would always be some people who would not be able to receive the rewards from Heaven's Will at this time. When he was free and convenient, he could go and get his reward. But it was also because of this that many Myriad Demon Ridge masters felt helpless. After the golden body token disappeared, Lu Yi would die without a doubt, and the reward for being at the top of the hunter list would naturally disappear with him. It was a pity. As for keeping him alive for the time being and waiting for him to take out the reward, that was even more impossible. After Lu Ye's torment just now, even the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators would dare to keep him alive. They were all waiting for the golden body token to disappear. Chapter 534. Like a dying fish, on the scorched earth. Lu Yi gulped and coughed from time to time. After a while, he finally recovered some strength. Looking around, he saw the angry and fearful faces of the Ninth Order cultivators. Lu Yi, you really deserve to die. Wei Kei's voice rang out as he gritted his teeth. Lu Yi followed the voice and saw that he was in a sorry state. Some of his hair seemed to have been burnt by the fire, making him look extremely comical. Wei Kei was also unlucky. He was swept away by the aftermath of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Rune. Although he wasn't injured, the shock was real. Fortunately, he wasn't in the path of the Fire Phoenix Spirit Rune. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Lu Yi coughed violently again and forced himself to sit up. The blood that seeped out of his body gathered into a dark red pool below him. To be honest, I've been reading books recently. I've been switching sources and reading aloud, both Android and Apple works. Looking at Wei Kei indifferently, Lu Yi said, "You really want to kill me?" Wei Kei coldly snorted. "Do you think you can still live?" "Seduso!" CC Starter Lu Yi didn't say anything. Wei Kei continued. "Grand Sky Alliance seems to have some masters lurking around to save you. But with the current situation, do they dare to come? You're dead. Don't have any more fantasies." "Is that so?" Lu Yi lowered his head. The long hair in front of his forehead formed a shadow under the sunlight, blocking his eyes. He raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield mark, sending a message to Li Baxian. "Fourth senior brother, there's no need to save me. I'll leave first. Let's meet again in a month." 20 miles away, Li Baxian, who was paying attention to the situation, immediately received the message. After checking, his expression became surprised. If only looking at the first half of the sentence, his junior brother was already prepared to die. But with the last sentence, it was different. The reason why they agreed to meet again in a month was because there was a 1-month restriction after leaving the Cloud River battlefield. During this 1 month, cultivators couldn't enter the Cloud River battlefield. This was the rule of Heaven's secret. No one could change it. So, the meaning behind Lu Ye's words was obvious. He was leaving the Cloud River battlefield. "Junior brother, what are your plans?" Li Baxian quickly asked. Soon, Lu Ye's message arrived. "Senior brother, the only thing that restricted me was the hunting ground. Now the hunting ground is closed." Li Baxian was slightly startled, but then he suddenly realized that he had been worried about Lu Ye's safety all this time. He had been thinking of ways to contact people to rescue Lu Yi, causing him to become a little muddle-headed. That's right, all this while the only thing that restricted little junior brother was the hunting ground. Now that the hunting ground was closed, who could restrict him? Those guys from the Myriad Demons Ridge thought that they could kill Lu Yi at will after the effect of the golden body token disappeared. They didn't know that Lu Yi could leave at any time without the restriction of the hunting ground. However, the price he had to pay was rather high. Moreover, not everyone could imitate this method. But no matter how great the price was, it was nothing compared to his life. As for whether Lu Yi had the qualifications, Li Baxian did not doubt his junior brother's qualifications. If even his junior brother did not have such qualifications, then no one else in the entire Cloud River battlefield could. His little junior brother was someone who had bought 2 aperture replenishing pills, which were worth 150,000 merit points each for him. Among cultivators in the same realm, there were very few people who had more capital than his junior brother. Moreover, he had just killed so many Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators in one fell swoop, earning him nearly 10,000 merit points. Retreat! Thinking so, Li Baxian immediately called out to Feng Yuechan. Feng Yuechan was extremely surprised. "Senior brother, are we not going to care about junior brother Lu? Junior brother has his own way of escaping. Don't worry about him." The tension and worry in Li Baxian's heart were swept away, and he felt indescribably relaxed. Feng Yuechan was surprised, but soon She seemed to remember something. Junior brother Lu wants to use that method to leave the Cloud River battlefield? Li Baxian nodded. That's right. Feng Yuechan suddenly sighed. Junior brother Lu is really rich. No wonder his cultivation speed is so fast. As the two spoke, they quickly left. At the same time, Li Baxian didn't forget to send a message to the Ninth Order helpers he had invited, telling them not to act anymore. On the scorched earth, after Lu Yi contacted Li Baxian, he began to contact Xia Qianqian. He didn't know Wei Kei's name or which sect he came from, but Xia Qianqian should know. A moment later, he received Xia Qianqian's reply. Cloud Sun Sect, Wei Kei. Lu Yi raised his head and gave Wei Kei a deep look. When their eyes met, Wei Kei frowned. He could see some ill intentions in Lu Ye's eyes. However, in the current situation, he was not afraid of Lu Yi. Based on Lu Ye's current situation, it would be difficult for him to even stand up. It would be impossible for him to use such a shocking method like before. Does everyone want to kill me? Lu Yi looked around. Someone shouted in a low voice, "What nonsense are you spouting? When the golden body token expires, you'll die. You'd better pray that the golden body token lasts longer so you can live a little longer." Lu Yi sighed. That's possible. With his hands on his knees, Lu Yi slowly stood up and staggered slightly. I'll have to disappoint everyone. Someone else sneered. Lu Ye, you've already reached this point. Why are you still trying to be mysterious? Without the golden body token, you would have died hundreds of times already. Yet you're still in the mood to talk nonsense here. If I were you, I would quickly dig a hole. Otherwise no one will come to bury you. That's true. Lu Yi nodded. Without the golden body token, I would have died hundreds of times already. But who told me to have the golden body token? His voice gradually became louder. This Lu will remember everyone's blessings today, and if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Such shameless boasting angered everyone, thinking that Lu Ye had lost his mind and didn't understand the situation. He might not even survive today, so what was the point of talking about the future? Just as they were thinking this, Lu Yi suddenly looked up at the sky, raised his hand, and shouted, Blue Blood Sect's disciple Lu Yi respectfully requests Heaven's secret to bestow upon me the Heaven's secret pillar. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely dazzling blue light suddenly bloomed from the back of his hand. The blue light shot straight into the sky, triggering Heaven's secret. As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, the expressions of the surrounding myriad demons, ridge, cultivators, all changed greatly, especially a few who suddenly had a look of realization. From the beginning, they vaguely felt that they had overlooked something, but first, the Fire Phoenix spirit tattoo was intimidating, and then there was the huge bounty on Lu Ye's head, so they didn't have time to think about it. It was only now that they finally reacted. That's right, Lu Ye could ask for the Heaven's secret pillar, and this was the only way he could escape with his life. The Heaven's secret pillar was bestowed by Heaven's Secret. Generally speaking, each Heaven's Secret business alliance had its own Heaven's secret pillar, as did each of the major sects and encampments of the Spirit Stream battlefield. These were all free of charge. However, there were also some Heaven's secret pillars that had to be paid a price. For example, the Heaven's secret pillars in some of the spiritual lands in the Cloud River battlefield. These Heaven's secret pillars weren't born with the spiritual lands, but were instead invited by cultivators. This was because cultivators could use the Heaven's secret pillars to travel between the Cloud River battlefield and their own sections. If a Heaven's secret pillar was invited from a spiritual land, it would be much more convenient for cultivators to do things. They could use the Heaven's secret pillar to enter the Heaven's secret treasure vault to buy things, and even if they encountered danger that they couldn't resist, they could use the Heaven's secret pillar to return to the 9 states to take refuge. However, looking at the entire Cloud River battlefield, there weren't many spiritual lands that had Heaven's secret pillars, and only a few large spiritual lands had them. This was because the price to invite a heaven's secret pillar was very high, 100,000 merit points. It was very difficult for a few cultivators to gather such a huge amount of merit points, especially Cloud River tier cultivators. Normally, if they had some merit points, they would go to the Heaven's Secret Business Alliance to auction spirit lots to raise their cultivation. At most, they would keep some for backup. No one would be too rich. Only large spiritual lands with more people had the capital to invite a Heaven's Secret Pillar. The cost of the merit points would be split equally between everyone, so the cost wouldn't be too high. This was also the reason why Feng Yuechan sighed at Lu Ye's wealth when she learned of his plan. A single person with 100,000 merit points. Looking at the entire Cloud River battlefield, one couldn't find more than 5 people with 100,000 merit points, and Lu Yi happened to be one of them. Before the hunting ground opened, he had 92,250 merit points. Now he had 106,120 merit points. This number was 30,000 more merit points than when he had first entered the Cloudy River battlefield. It was all thanks to the Fire Phoenix spirit pattern. Otherwise, he would still be a bit away from 100,000 merit points. With enough merit points, he would have the qualifications to invite Heaven's Secret to bestow him a Heaven's Secret Pillar. Just as he had said to Li Baxian, the hunting ground had always been the limiting factor. The hunting ground's blood-red light shrouded the entire area. Inside the hunting ground, one could only enter and not leave. Thus, while the hunting ground was open, it was useless even if he invited a Heaven's Secret Pillar. However, the hunting ground was now closed. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. As Lu Ye's voice fell, the surrounding myriad demons' ridge, cultivators finally understood his plan. Xia Liang angrily shouted, "Quickly stop him!" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his saber towards Lu Yi. A dazzling saber light filled the air. The attack of a Ninth Order Master was extremely powerful. They had paid a great price to finally trap Lu Yi here. Now, they only needed to wait for the Golden Body Token's effect to disappear before they could kill him. However, just as they were about to reap the fruits of victory, Lu Yi actually wanted to invite a Heaven's Secret Pillar? How could they agree to this? If he really invited a Heaven's Secret Pillar and used it to escape the Cloud River battlefield, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. Because of this, all those who had died would have died in vain. When this matter spread out, they would become the laughingstock of Grand Heaven Alliance. What a rich guy! 100,000 merit points. Xia Liang had never accumulated so many merit points in his life. As his voice fell, a series of attacks flew towards Lu Yi from all directions. At the same time, a pillar of light descended from the sky and wrapped around Lu Yi. Many attacks were blocked by the pillar of light. Within the pillar of light, Lu Yi coldly looked around, as if he wanted to remember the faces of these Ninth Order Masters.